Fuck.
How you doing, Eagle and Crew? We're back. We do it that way. See this guy? This
Rick
guy.
Love Crew.
You see this guy? You know we laughed their nuts off when Marcus Aurelius took us off a live stream.
Man.
See this guy? This one. Took us off the live stream.
Oh, fuck, man. But, Crew, I was talking to you. You just couldn't.
We was having a really nice conversation until I looked up at the clock and it was 9 minutes 20 or so. I think that clock. No, it moved. We're not like I looked up the right hand corner and it's M broadcast up there, and I'm like, whoa. And I knew it weren't me. Odin said pissed in my Dean diaper. You know that is, listen, Odin, picture that scene. You've just pissed in your Dean diaper. That was the look on Dean's face when I told him we're not live.
Yeah, man. God, dude.
Oh, it was class. It was
fucking
class.
hell, man. Holy shit.
Well, we're back. We're back after a short intermission. Hope you guys come back. So.
It was an unscheduled intermission.
Yeah, don't worry. He's got numerous red cards and half his wages have been docked.
Yeah, they have, man. But I'm a survivor.
He's a survivor. He's cool. And we're up and running again.
Yeah.
So Eagle. Benny said, how long were you guys chatting away before you realised none of us were watching?
Too long. Fucking too long.
There you go. He just said it. Too long. Oh man, that was classic.
Yeah.
It's funny to me because it didn't happen to me. You know, it's always the other guys. The other guys' discomfort makes me laugh. I'm sorry, I can't help it, mate.
I'll bring you evidence and I'll make you laugh. I'll piss you off first, but then I'll make you laugh.
It's laughing. Laughing Eagle finds things very humorous, where other people wouldn't. Anyway, where was we? I can't remember. Oh,
well,
James
was back. But nobody saw it.
Yeah, they saw this. They saw it up until I think you did the house cleaning. Because you weren't over 9 minutes then, so they would have seen that. So this is In the Melt Part 2.
Yeah, it is. Part it's
Part
fine.
2. We've had our laugh and a joke backstage at where's my fingers? At his expense.
James Breeden, Rick Love brother.
Benny says he didn't see anything, so maybe he didn't come on at all.
See
James
what, Benny?
my brothers. Yeah, we talked about.
What are you talking about?
It's all right. We're here now. Dove says he saw nothing. Yo again, says Fred. Yeah, we're back. We're back.
Red.
Technicals. Namely, someone's big finger.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yo again. Yes. Come back in because we've got some stuff to show you.
We do at that. Sorry, just making sure my phone is boosted. Everything's good on this thing while I do this.
You're good. Don't fuck things up.
No, I won't.
You know I'm going to keep ribbing you all night.
Hey, that's what I have to pay when I fuck up like that. And you know what? I love bringing you laughter. I'm not above laughing at myself. I'm not.
Oh,
And
listen.
I'm fucking rolling now.
Yes, Sean, how you doing? What a quiet laughing dread. It's all good, mate. This is part 2. You haven't missed anything yet. Just the intro. Odin says girth reduction is cheap. I told you, didn't I? Fred said it's all going to be about doing a perfect stream tonight, right?
You know it, Fred. You know it, Fred.
Please keep doing this to him. Odin says, "Don't finger things up, Dino." Love
Oh man!
Oh yes,
good with my hands, man.
Eagle Eye Crew, please keep doing this to him. Oh wow, my little chest is beating up, man.
Oh my God, you guys! Sean Grace, brick love to you. Welcome again, man.
I just can't believe you did that. Sorry.
Well,
let me get myself together. And I won't mention it anymore because I have to fly to the evidence because I'm on short time.
Okay, I'm just glad it's not your birthday. I didn't fuck it up.
Was that my fucking present then? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying I'm glad it wasn't me. I clicked out, but it wasn't on your birthday. So
no, you're good. Fred says, them ladies must love your fingers, Dino.
They always have.
Only crabology. Oh, wow.
Yeah, but evidence galore coming up, crew. Get ready. I'm serious. Get ready.
Odin says, Dino can serve 10 at a time. Sure says it's the full moon. Yeah, I think it might be.
Hey, that's my son, the moon child. Yes, I am.
I don't like the moon. I don't like it. I never have.
It's a mysterious orb.
Something spooky about the moon.
It is.
I mean, could it? No. I'll keep it to myself. I'll talk about it afterwards. I'll talk about it to you afterwards, Dino, what I think the moon is.
Okay. Cool. There's James. Brick Love, bro. Grab that league, dude.
How you doing, James? Hope you and the family are good. League was good.
Yeah.
One love, Brick Love for the MVPs as well. Shout out to Marcus Aurelius in Florida.
Yeah, Mark.
Doing the do. And as I said to you in the comments, Mark, I hope my check's in the post.
You checked your files.
I don't worry about the files. I want the check.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh man. Benny Boy says Vibes of the Cosmos has some fascinating moon research on his channel, worth checking out sometimes. Yeah, it's always good to be checking out other stuff, I think. Oh, it is good, says James. Oh, that's great to hear, mate.
Cool.
Local native 420, Brick Love from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Well done. Glad you can tune in. Glad you can spend some time with us. James says, love hanging out with all of you. Truly a great group of divine souls. Oh, thank you, James. You are a sweet, sweet person. I love you. Yeah. Brick Love. Always getting the positives from James. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
We've got some great people in the Eagle Eye Group. So I was kind of waiting to get up to at least 10 and then we can start. I don't like to put numbers on it. I like to get into it, but
cool.
We just chat some and, we need to maybe tomorrow, because we're doing the show again tomorrow, Dino, because Mark's not in. Maybe should we do, Benny Boy says it's all about the madness and the Merlot and the marijuana. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
All about marijuana. So maybe do you fancy doing a review of the groups?
Reviewing the groups.
Yeah, reviewing the group evidence.
That'd be great.
I see some fantastic pictures today, and I was so impressed.
Yes.
These guys are on it.
Hey, what a better time for them to grab the link and come on in too, right?
There you go. I don't know any other groups that got dedicated streamers same as we have. We've got our undedicated stream. You should be up here. You know, the numbers should be bulging. Come on, start getting involved. Don't just sit back and look at pictures. Get involved. Whether it's boots on the ground or whether it's coming in or whether it's taking pictures and putting them in the group, get involved. It concerns all of us. Wakey.
Yeah. That's how this takes off. We want this message to grow and take off. The only way to do that is to do it yourself.
Right, Dino, we've got 10 in. I'm going to start showing a bit of evidence now.
Brilliant.
And as you
power up when you do it.
Okay, yeah, mate, that's okay. You got someone coming in, Dean?
So James.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
Yo, bad boy.
Rick Love, brother.
Great to see you, James. It's been a little while.
Likewise. I was chilling earlier, and then all of a sudden you guys were gone. I was like, oh, well, maybe there ain't no stream today. What happened? I was on the freeway, so I looked up. I was like, wait a minute. You know what? Actually, what happened? I was watching it, and it was the electricity thing, and I did a little chat. And then all of a sudden, I'm driving, and all of a sudden it started one of your old videos. Like, I like to give a shout out to Jerry. Glad. Sorry. So wait a minute. I'm trying to drive. So wait a minute. We got a new Jerry. So wait a minute. Then I realized, oh, that's the old stream. What happened?
I don't want to stop.
Hey, good to see you, brother. Good to
Once again, he was giving him a shout out and letting people know he was the one who started it. He was the original.
Them days are long gone, mate. I don't do that.
Couldn't give him enough love, and But anyway, sounded like you were getting ready to get started on some memes or something.
Well, no memes. No memes. I only do memes on the Sunday Easy now.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, that's how I rolled that one. You have to keep them a little bit keen. Keep them a bit keen. Then when you drop the memes, bang! It's that one, But yeah, because my time is limited now because of the intermission. Where are you, Dean? You take your mic off as well.
The machine.
Well, he's gone. He's not there. He's not even.
He said he had some fire evidence for the day, so.
Well, yeah.
He had some fire evidence, and Sunday you guys had some fire evidence. Or was that yesterday? What's the day? Today's Tuesday. Yeah. Sunday
was nice, and Dino was rolling the dice yesterday, but he had that problem coming in and out. I hope it's not starting now.
He had a pretty good show yesterday. He went for like 3.5 hours, 2.5, 3.5. Yeah.
It wasn't too bad. There you go. You feeling better now?
Well, it's playing fuck again on my computer. I'm watching on the cell phone too, and it's doing it. I do my thing. Sometimes it goes great, and I do good, and then sometimes it doesn't. And,
what's your picture on your laptop like?
My picture now is crystal. Well, except you and James aren't there. It's a black screen. I just
at least we both black. You share us the screen.
Yeah, Justin, you sure it's the screen? Yeah, please. Turn the lights on. Oh, bless you. But I'm going to just zip through this evidence. This is This is not where I started in the day. Where I started in the day is for tomorrow's show. So we're sort of halfway through the day. But I hope you guys enjoy the evidence. And for those of you who are new to Meltology, if you do not understand what we are talking about after seeing these pictures, then there is no waking you up.
Right.
We talk about self-evident. We talk about the obvious is too obvious. How many times do we have to tell you that you're looking at the tops of melted buildings?
Looking good, up and running.
Cool. Heat came from the bottom, making the bricks expand upwards. You can see the top layer of bricks have expanded, getting ready to be engulfed with what's coming up from beneath. But then the electrical charge and the heat dissipated and it densified. You see how low this tower is? It's not supposed to be that low. And why is it so fucking close to the sea? Come on.
Right.
Sea level rose, and that's the rest of the building is the melted building is submerged under the waves. As you can clearly see here, look at this huge balloon rocking at the side. And again, the water hides the real damage. I'm going to zip through. Balloon rocking, balloon rocking. Look at the what happened to the bricks above. They're getting ready to be consumed by this balloon rocking that's going up the side. Look at the change of colour here to here. I know this is a bit wet, but these are all going to go be chewed up into this shit. Another angle just to show that this tower is damaged as well. You see the bricks are mangled on this tower and here turned blocks. So this I'm going to zip through because I say I've lost a bit of time, but look, see the bricks here, still red underneath blocks, side blocks. I believe that's an aperture right here. And maybe even a smaller one here above it. And again, you know, look, there's where we walk. Look at all this brickwork underneath our feet.
Yeah.
Zip through, because we've got so much to see. Again, just a clear look at these huge balloon rocks at the base here, and how they match these ones here in front. It's a melted world.
Yes.
So this is a photo taken by someone's phone. I just found them. You can see the graininess of the phone camera, but look what she's captured. Look what she's captured here.
Yeah.
Look, we've got this is Chile, by the way. Excuse me, drink. This is Chile, so it's well renowned for this megalithic pattern. Look how it's filled out in the same pattern.
Yeah. In
the arches, same pattern.
Yeah.
Look up here, same pattern, but more cooked. Same pattern here, and then it's a little bit more blocky at the top. Come on. All this is brick ash here to the right. Here we go. A little bit more grainy though, because you can see the camera. Look up here. These have got that pattern, and then they're turning into blocks here above it. All through the heat process, electrical charge. And it goes all the way down this huge building. You back, Dean? Huge building melted here, look, all the way down the arch. Horseshoe magnets here, filled in with blocks here, blocky here. It's that pattern that we always associate with the god of Tetris, but it's nothing to do with the god of Tetris. Again, what a different angle in this place. You can see these look like brick lines here.
Wow.
Will people say wow now?
I just got back.
You can say wow now.
Wow.
Missed a couple of them, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I told him he's going to be moist tonight, James.
Well, that's why I was saying wow. It just came out automatically.
Yeah. I mean, this is just so self-explanatory. It's the unawake find it hard. Not me. Not this. Look at the damage. Look at the melt right here. See, it's very slaty in this area. See the lines of the brick lines here being squashed. Melt. This is look at the brick at the top here. Melt. How do you invest this in here? You can't.
Yeah.
Thank you. You just can't. Look at it again. These are bricks here. Right here's bricks. Churned up bricks here.
Churning and turning.
Yes. Thank you. See how it's melted away down here to the bottom. How do you get these steps in here? How do you get these steps in here? Sorry. Look, this. How do you get this in here? Can't do it. Can't bloody do it. Please.
Wow. Look at that.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm sponsored now. I get paid every time I say it. You are joking, aren't you? People don't see. They just don't see. I mean, get this zoom. Oh, archways.
Yeah. Man, look at that.
What do you need archways? But you need archways in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, my poor little heart. I can't take this.
Nice.
I cannot take the pressure. That's why I need to have regular rest, because I don't think my heart can take it.
Wow.
Structure, look. Structure. All in the fucking melt. Might even be the top of a piece here.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And then obviously, you know, the more recognisable offices of art. Look here. Structure. Aperture. Oh man. Just brickwork all over the place here. Different angle. The beach is melted building. It's brick ash. I mean, look. How you cannot build these walls like this.
No.
No fucking way.
That's a brilliant.
Look how low this tower is to this one.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be level. Oh my god. You think this is built level? Don't even go there with they invested this one low and this. Get the hell out. And where did they find the equipment to be doing that at that time? I mean, you know, they give you a silly date, 1358, and it was silliness like this. Not even possible.
No.
Look, pieces of building jutting down into the brick ash. Look, these are brick lines. And the colour tells you, oh, that's a bit of sun. It's plenty of carbon 14. The scavengers are all around this building. The bricks are all damaged. Ow. Tell me how. Look, are you looking this side? Are you looking where I'm arrowing? Look, that's a fucking aperture right there. How'd they build that there then?
Exactly.
At the top of a tower here, look. under the carbon 40 scavengers on top. It's right here. And this angle of always seems to be leaning back, don't they?
Always.
You know, you can just imagine it's melting, leaning back, and the bottom is just starting to separate into the brick lines here at the bottom. Cray. The Archangel Gabriel came down, held the waters back as they put the foundations in so they could build this. Because what else are geologists going to tell you? All these medieval historians with their make-believe shit.
Yeah.
What else are they going to tell you? They're not going to fucking ever tell you, mate. They'll let you carry on living in ignorance. We'll tell you, though.
Yes, we do.
we would say, look at the damage here. This is all melted brick here. Look. See the brick lines here, going diagonally.
Yeah.
All the damage to the brick. Like, look at these fucking columns here. It's all melted downwards, folks. It's gone. You're looking at just the very tops of the buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, I've shown this place before, and it's been shown by many other people. Look at the damage to the bottom. This is heat damage. It's melted. Look at the huge melted building behind it.
Yeah.
It's now covered with trees, but it's still a building. I mean, come on. You think they just came and carved into this? And how? How did they invest? Look, you can clearly see it's joined. It's fused. Uh-oh.
Sorry about that.
That's all right, mate. Don't worry.
Damn spam. God damn it. I thought I had that. Let me turn that off.
I always just put mine on silent and have no notifications, mate. Dino's jumping in and out again. Oh, that's this problem.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Sorry about you guys.
No, you're all right, mate. Wonderful grid component here. Very complex arrangement here with these towers and these corners. But look behind this. This is probably was up there somewhere, halfway, and it's just slid down in the melt and stopped here from this huge building behind. Because there's more grid components down here to the left, and there's more up here in the top right here. huge complex, this one. But they all were.
Yeah.
You know, they were all monstrous, hard to conceive how it was done. But as a wonderful friend James always says, if they built the dome, this must have been child's play.
Yeah.
But what isn't child's play is this damage to the side of this building. This grid component fried, as you can see.
Yeah.
This is what happens to bricks with this intense electrical charge and huge heat. They alter their states of matter. That's what happens. I know John Levy showed you something. People calling it plasma gun or whatever it was. Fuck knows, but it wasn't near enough.
No
heat. Nowhere near enough heat to be doing what happened to these bricks. To what you saw in John Levy's video. Look,
right.
Clearly. Look at this damage. This is damage. It's not erosion. Right? Please.
Perfect meltology. Bam, says Fred.
Thank you. Look at the back. Look what's around it. Why is it so lush and fucking green like this? It's because there's loads of carbon-14. This is all melted building here that the vegetation is infused into now. Where's the rest of the building? You don't have. This is supposed to be a fort or a castle, whatever you want to call it, and it's supposed to be a secure location, fortified. Why are the windows on the fucking ground?
Right.
Why are the arches all down here? Come on. Think logically. That's all you got to do. What happens to the bricks here on the left?
That looked like that big archway. Looked like I thought that was the garage. Shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how the hell you drive up over there.
Oh, Jay, please. Don't get me laughing. I won't be able to concentrate. I can't concentrate now because I know what's coming up. Look at the damage to the bricks here. What causes this? Erosion doesn't cause this. Mud floods, no. I can't see any volcanoes anywhere. And don't forget, it's going down. Look, you can see the poles here. Only the tops of the poles. It's going well down below foot level.
And also all those blocks that have expanded out. They're all why is all that part of the wall, that bottom part, that dirt area in the middle?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that composed of that wall? All the pieces in there.
Look.
Just expanded out and brought all the pieces together.
Look, all this shit hanging out. Oh man.
If you can just reverse it and push it back, all that shit just go back the other time. Smash it right back up in there.
You can clearly see it spewed out, can't you? I mean,
Oh yeah.
You can clearly see it
The
spewed
same
out.
color as specs are the same color as the wall.
Yeah.
Those blocks.
And they think it's a mystery, you know? No. It's no mystery when you've got the eyes to see. Again, look at the wall. Bricks turned to blocks. Very cooked out. Some very close to crystally. The stucco on the wall here is cooked out at top right. Look, top left hand corner. You still
You
see.
can also see them ghost arches in there.
Yeah.
Right there, yeah. That whole row.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah. And up here, there's some ghosting.
Yeah, look at that.
Crazy, right? It's like it's done an X-ray on it. It's behind the stucco.
Yeah.
Great. Look here. Fucking hell.
Mm-hmm.
This
More.
one. Wow. Mr. James, forgot about your eagle eyes. I am now reminded. Again, this is the same place, but further on, just want to show the damage is extensive.
Yeah.
Bulging here in the bricks. Here. All balloons. This is all a result of fervent heat. Dean, you like this at the bottom here? Dancing bricks.
Bricks and chicks.
That's if he's in. I don't even know if he's in.
No, almost.
No,
Looks like he's
almost.
trying to get in. Never mind.
But look how the bricks here are all start expanding and start to pop out at the bottom. It goes all the way across. Oh,
Yeah, look at that.
great. Absolute madness. And then these ones are just fully cooked. These
Look
are,
at that! Look at that expansion down there to your right, right there.
yeah,
Boom.
wow, huge balloon rock.
Yeah,
Right. I mean, it just shows you that people still haven't got the understanding about the pyramids. It was just a brick building, and all
yeah,
the bricks expanded. That's why it looks the way it is.
exactly.
The whole of the Giza Plateau. Wow, so obvious. Again, look, the stucco is still on this in some spots. The corner, you can see the cooked churning bricks. Below, look, all sorts. Even this fountain is damaged. But it's a nice example of altered states of map. You've got one type of brickwork here and another damaged type up here.
Yeah.
And the wall as well. Look,
Yep.
the wall's gone.
Yeah.
Healthy building. Pockets of survival, but they're damaged. Look at this one, damaged.
Oh,
Mhm.
Look, damage at the bottom here, damage here at the bottom. Sitting in brick flood, that's why. What the hell is this?
I was just looking at that huge archway or something. Just looking at that.
I'm thinking this is the place where it had the Buddha and then they got rid of the Buddha. I'm thinking.
Oh,
I can't try to remember where I went. I think I did go China. Did. Dean is trying his hardest. Oh, bless him. You can look at the blocking at the bottom. Look. Why is that there? Why is that there? Look, you see bricks here. Look, in between these two pieces of balloon rock right here. Why is that there? Look, start to do the same here on the corner. And of course, it's well underneath your feet. These look like apertures, heat damaged apertures. This one especially closed in. And obviously you can see the top of the rest of the building under the waterline. Yeah, it's the age-old question, how and why.
yeah.
It's got the cross on the fucking door. Sorry about the language. Why would you want to put something there that small for your congregation that they had to walk a treacherous set of steps that have to be painted in white so you know it's a fucking step?
I was gonna say they painted it in the door jamb and everything, so they're still using it for something.
Yeah. They
They
always
even,
do.
they even painted
cat
down
right
here
off.
past this wall down here. Look, it's white where they've painted it.
What's that?
Trying to disguise
Incredible.
that shit. They disguise this shit. If they had that paint one on it, it would look just like this shit that's rock curtain over the top.
Exactly. You can't go there. We own it.
Exactly. It's ours now. It's not for investigation, you motherfuckers.
It looked like it was invested in that balloon rock to the left of it too. That ceiling, the roof of it, how it's all up in it. It probably opens up and goes in there when you go in that building.
Yeah,
you're going all the way down there for that small building.
You see, you know what? These are sneaky fuckers. They'll just put a door there, and you won't even know you can go in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's what they'll do.
The hell, they're walking all the way down there for what?
Exactly. Who's going to do that for one little small building? You're not doing that.
Well, they got to put people somewhere before they traffic them.
Well, it's probably one of those fucking the clone farms, isn't it?
It could be. Hey, look, it's not like it's accessible from the water. It ain't like the boat's going to come up there and they get off and go in there and take the shoes off. No, you're not getting it from the water.
No.
You should be all smashed up in the melted building.
Well, I don't know if any of you have done a Google Earth search closely. There's some areas that you go zoom in, you can't see, I won't show you. Some areas.
Yeah,
definitely stuff going on. Exactly. There's definitely stuff going on.
Yeah.
But I just also want to point out these pieces of melted brick here. How
you can zoom into Area 51, but you can't zoom into other areas and let you know what's really going on.
Yeah, exactly. It's
shit popping over there at Area 51. It's a
fucking psyop anyway. So, as everything is, it's just fucking psyop.
Exactly.
All it is. Buying into the Area 51 bollocks.
They made a lot of money off that.
Not from my fucking wallet, though.
Oh, look at all that terracing in the background. Jeez.
I mean, that is madness here.
Wow.
Of course.
Ooh-wee.
Huge building, this one. Huge.
And look at that archway right there facing us, and it's just like looks like it's spewing right at that archway, right above your cursor in the white building right there. Look at that. It looks like it's spewing right out of it because whatever's coming out of it, it comes at a slope and it goes up to the top of the inside. If you were to walk in there, you'd be walking up towards the ceiling.
Yeah, this way.
Yeah. Melted.
Maybe that's why they got this back.
Out of it.
Maybe that's why they built the veranda there, so you could, for you keen climbers.
A nice slide.
Or you BMXers that love this. But they'd love doing this terracing, though, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
they'd do the terracing, mate.
Oh, yeah.
It's madness. It's a madness. Let's move on. This is one of the pictures of the day.
Look at that.
This is one of the pictures of the day.
Wow, man. Brilliant shot.
Look at the bricks here, churning backwards this way. And look at the expansion here.
But also look in front of us, right in front of us, where it's doing the same thing. And that's how we know those are brick lines, because we've seen them many a time still in the brick.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. I mean, once again, this is what's so incredible about this is that we always see the transitions from one state to the other. We always see it. It's not a mystery. Like I said, I have not seen a petrified tree yet that's half tree and half rock.
Yeah.
Right.
It's always just, it's petrified. Where's the wood at? Yeah. Oh, it all got zapped. Oh, man, get out of here. We always get to see brick. We get to see the blocking. We get to see the brick ash. All states of matter, and you can still find it with brick still attached. Always.
Yeah, so you got blocks.
Sooner or later, you're going to see it together. I mean, we see it all the time.
You got brick lines out, brick lines in.
Look at that
huge chunk of brick lines here, brick lines in the melt.
And if they didn't have all the other stuff, when we see stuff like that, people don't understand it's brick lines. And this is how, in an advanced level, we show the transitions where you can see it changing. It's an incredible pic. I mean, it says so much for that pic right there.
Thank you. I said it was my picture of the day, but we shall see.
Definitely an incredible pic. It shows
that
all
is
that
good.
One wall.
I think one of us has been here before. I think it was James, actually.
Dean's been here too.
Oh, and Dean. But I just wanted to show you these bricks that have expanded here, popped out.
But normally we're not looking underneath, we're looking at the top, so this is nice.
You see that they're standing on melt here. Look at the bricks in terms of blocks here in this corner.
Yeah, how huge that is.
And there's some kind of deformity here.
Yeah,
in the bricks.
That's swelling out.
The expansion. And it's spewed out onto the bottom here, if you notice.
Yeah.
And look at the bottom. It turned into cobble.
Yeah. And here the same cobble. And then at the bottom we've got blocks. Oh,
look at that.
And look, there's the brick lines here. You see this, guys?
Oh
God.
And look at them on the other side, on that right side over there towards the top.
Wait.
Top of the picture. On the other side of the bridge.
Dean got so excited he done his finger. There's
right there. There you go. Look at the brick lines again. Same stuff you're pointing over there, and same stuff you just showed on the last pic.
Look, this is funny because this is steps, I believe, here.
Oh yeah,
melted steps.
Yep, I see it.
Oh my God. Dean, I hope you're okay.
Nice.
I mean, this is severe damage here to do this to a perfectly. These are all supposed to be perfect red bricks, and they have been zapped into different states of matter here. You see these cobbly looking pieces here, brick lines here. This is brick line here. This dark stuff, you can see the lines. Come on. Same here, bricks. Wow. We've still got so much to see. I do like a black and white picture now and again.
Look at that. Wow.
Are you telling me they built this? I hope not. I hope you're not telling me that. I hope you're not even thinking that anymore.
Once again, look at those transitions. I mean, you look at
those. I'll go back.
Those transitions underneath all those arches. Look the material underneath, and then look above that road, and that wall above looks just like underneath every one of those arches. They have transformed into the building, into this rocky mountain, and it's the same as the one. It's not like it's a whole different style of mountain like material. No, it looks the same. I mean, we see those transitions. It's incredible.
This is a huge building, let me tell you, and this is just part of the infrastructure that we're seeing that's obviously been melted. Look here, you can't see the arches anymore. You just see the tops of them here. Right? Just see the tops of them. Then go back towards the top. Aperture, ghost apertures. Look here, aperture.
Incredible.
There's even a fucking building here. Wakey.
Incredible.
Heat rising from the bottom, and then also the actual churning of the build internals coming outwards.
I'm
going to show you. I'm going to show you that in a minute. Wait.
I'm back.
Glad you're back. How about this?
Well, I've been back, and I thought I was talking to y'all, but you weren't hearing me, and it's StreamYard. Yeah. So, but anyway, great evidence.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Look at this shit, then. What happened here? You know what happened. We keep telling you. X Factor. Buildings melted like butter. This is just a remnant of a huge building. Everything else of this building is around it. You just don't recognize it.
Trying to read that sign. There's a cross on it that says something about out, but it's hell. It don't look like you can go in.
Something out.
Oh, something it out. I thought it was a cross, but it's an IT out. Yeah. Something, whatever it is, but whatever. I mean, look at the melt. I mean, geez.
I mean, this corner here is still in the melt, Dave.
Yeah,
James. Still in the fucking melt. Oh.
Bricky. And look how wonky it is. It's all bubbly looking.
It's well cooked. You see, this is just a shell, because if you look behind it, this is the rest of the churned out brick. You know, pictures speak to you. Let's say, you know, you have to wakey.
Yeah.
You have to wakey. I mean, why is this here? If this is not what this building used to be.
Holy shit, look at that. Look at that fucking shit.
Wait, Dean, did you see this one?
Look at that.
Did you see this one?
What the fucking heck? Look at that.
It is what it is. It is what we keep telling you it is. The realm has been melted to smithereens, and we're just living in the ruins. We are just living in the ruins. Old pictures. I like black and white old pictures. I do. Again, part of the infrastructure, the rest of it is melted. See the outline of the arch is bricks. Look,
Yeah.
bricks, all bricks. And it's
Look at
blocky
the
all way
expansion on the left. Once again. No, the far left. There we go. Boom.
Yeah, we see it's bricks.
We see that same look everywhere. I mean, we're not even looking for that. And already, what, five picks out of the last 7 picks had that same ballooning.
Of course. You have to draw the comparisons through the pictures. What are we seeing consistently through one picture to the other? What are we seeing?
Lines. Yes.
Thank you.
Expansion. Yes.
We'll keep on jamming. Another old
you see how far those it's kind of weird that those tracks are so far to the left.
Yeah, look.
Not in the center. I mean, it's like so we're awfully close to that damn.
I'd like to have got a closer look at these tracks to really try and ascertain if they were old world or not. I've got a feeling they came in afterwards. But then if this is already melted like this, why aren't you putting the tracks dead center?
Yeah. Is there a station in there, or you need it out of the side to get out? What's going on?
There's something up here though in the corner, you can see it.
Yeah.
But it's very odd to have the track so close to this left-hand side.
It is.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe this just shifted in the melt.
Yeah, you get off. Yeah, it could have been that too. Absolutely, huh?
Because the ground is viscous, so
that's
shifted
true.
over in the melt. But anything's possible. Again, very old picture. You can see the damage. See, look here. This is leaning forward in the center. Leaning forward. How low these? What's this damage here to this arch? Gone. A-frames, huge melted buildings behind, pockets of survival on the top. Look at this rubble here. This is melted building. Another old picture, but the thing that stood out more than this melted building behind is what happened to these columns here that are holding up this structure. Look at the bricks.
Yeah. Popcorning.
Severe damage there.
And blocking up in the back, huh?
And you got that here.
That back one looks like the more fusing.
Yeah,
right there. Yeah, boom.
Right down there. Yeah, I see it. I see you. Naughty bricks.
That is a mess back there where you had your cursor at first on that whole building back there's a mess.
It is. And you can clearly see its structure. Look. This is
look
the
at
roof
that.
line.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how the fucking plants are on it. Look. I can see ghost apertures back here. Look.
Yeah. And structure right there, the structure, and below that the structure, that
down here, look.
that cross beam right below there,
Yeah.
that one right there.
Wow.
That looks
here.
like a huge molding.
Yeah. This building. How'd they put this building in here? Fucking no way. No way. I'm trying to fly through it, but I keep stopping. Yeah, look, this huge brick wall, and all the bricks are damaged, and all the bricks, the melted buildings above it. See bricks here, look. See brick lines. Oh my, come on.
You think the government wouldn't put that wall up just for the fuck of it, huh? And they got
exactly.
a horse. It looks like a horse in a carriage out there. You got a fucking horse in the damn carriage. That ain't a car, shit.
The old donkeys had the day off.
The donkey and the horse, and they're over there building that wall just to see how we just going.
We know that
we got. Since when did the government ever spend extra fucking money just to do something?
Oh yeah, right.
30
I think in the history of that, never. I would have thought we see this, but just it's just amazing old picture. I mean, this is I don't know when this was taken because I don't know what that car is, but it's got some nice. It just gives you a very good context. Look, where's the bottom of this arch? Gone. Where's the bottom of the arch? Chewed out. Gone. Where's the arch? The center of this arch? Gone. Where's the edge of this arch? Gone. It's all melted. All fucking melt. Incredible stuff. Again, I do like a black and white picture because sometimes it emphasizes things very, very clearly. You do not build like this. It's impossible. And as you can see, this wall and its supporting towers are sunken into a fucking melt. Look here. This is brick lines. You can see these lines are brick lines. They run even down here into this part that's been consumed. Huge building. Look, structure there. Slightly away from the melt, but it's in the brick flood. This is sliding down this part. Look, this edge up here, this building, brick lines going upwards. Oh man, I need to stop. I didn't hear you breathing hard.
Well, I'm just trying to keep my cool. I've been in and out of this motherfucker so fast, I'm getting really hot. And anyway, I'm good. I'm just tuned into your evidence on my phone and just trying to be here. Yep.
Structure up here. Don't be fooled. This is a melted building.
Oh yeah.
The way it's running down here. Look. Ghosting. Look down. Apertures. Catch dripping down the front. Look. Rock curtains. Look. Catch run down this way. Oh man, come on. Over the top of the building here. Look. This is structure. This is archways here. Brick lines. Oh please. Tell me when it's hurting too much, guys. Because I know some of you can say it hurts so good. It hurts so good. I've met girls like you before.
That's supposed to be love, though.
It's love. You love me. Love me a long time. Give me cornbread and we'll talk about it. Again, this is a melted building, as you can see. This is brick lines. See the dripping here. Pieces of melted brick all around. It has got, look, you see bricks expanded here, look. Expanded bricks here, look. So if it's bricks here, then this is just what you're looking at is another form of damaged brick. It's building. It all is building. You just don't recognise it. This is, it's about, I've shown this one before actually. So I haven't shown this one before, I don't think. What does this to buildings? How do you build buildings in here then? How did this get built here?
And why would you build that on top of that shit below it?
Exactly. This, it's just a classic case of the heat and electrical charge dissipated, leaving this fragment at the top, whereas everything else of this building is expanded and melted. Clearly, you can see the apertures.
If you have the capability of building like the one with the 90-degree angles and clearly at a block, why are you digging through a mountain tunneling when you can do that shit? I mean, it's. I mean, come on. One's taking overnight, the other one's taking a lifetime. If you want to just speed it up.
They must have,
I mean, come on, it's like.
Eager for work.
Different generations. 800 years ago, they built that. Then the new tribe came and they built with. Oh, get out of here with this dumb shit.
No, it's not happening, mate. I have to cast scorn on that.
Oh man!
And anyone who believes in that shit.
Like, I need to talk to the contractor. You got the same contractor? What the fuck was you doing on these days opposed to those days?
Generational. Pass it down. Pass it down from father to son. What are you going to be, son? I'm going to be a mason. Good boy.
I'm just going to wait till it's free. I'm going to be a free mason.
It's a free mason. Well, I know it must have been a very popular trade. Everyone was into it.
From Jesus to the rest of them, huh? It's all building.
Oh, man. Man, just want to show
that. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah,
nobody knows. They don't know how to change their own fucking oil these days. They don't know how to check the oil, let alone change it.
Do you know what I need to do? That I'm lazy for that. I need to check my own. Again, in the background, top of the melted building, you can see the way it melted, totally melted and flowed down. It was super viscous. You can clearly see it. And this is a building opposite. What it's doing there, I don't know, but it's melted. You can see the brick ash on the top. The wall is melted. See it bows back down in the corner. Look, see the corner.
Oh yeah,
so obvious. Obvious.
It's just too obvious, my friends.
That's where all the rain pools up.
Yeah, exactly. And you're in the fucking desert,
Look at that.
I told you I was going to show you the way that buildings melted and flowed outwards from the melt flowed outwards from the internals of the clearly.
Look.
And look at the if you look at the wall and you look at the flood is just as high as the wall, and then it goes up even higher. I mean, there's no walking around space in there. I mean, that whole floor area is flooded out.
Yeah.
There and down below each level.
Yeah.
Look, you can see it. Look, can you see these ripples at the top here where my hand is?
Yeah.
Look at that. It is flowing out.
You should be 10 feet below that if you're inside that building.
I think even more. Look at the height of this to here. That's more than 10 feet.
Yeah, you should be down there. Look at that.
If this wall was any lower, this would have just flowed all the way over. And you would have had the mountain. You would have had the fucking mountain. That would have been mountain. If this wall wasn't here, that would have flowed over and you would have had this a mountain. They would be calling it a mountain.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at the apertures here.
Oh my God.
Look at this shit here. This building just give up the ghost.
Yeah.
I showed this one before, so I won't bother with that. Another look at it from a different angle. Look at it all. I mean, please.
Look at the surrounding. You built something like that, ain't shit around.
Yeah, right.
We got to go over there. Over where? What?
Yeah.
You know you're in a remote area when you ask for directions and the guy says go north.
Wow.
Go north. You find it, just go north.
Man.
But even in this barren landscape, what you're really looking at is a huge building that's melted as well.
Absolutely.
It's all melted building. This is just a small part of the grid that the tops of the building that survived. I mean, please. Most people only see this right-hand corner. This right-hand corner has been around so much. Seen so many pictures of this. Sorry, this left-hand bottom corner. This left-hand bottom corner has been around so much, but not many people have the full Monty. These are all fragments of the tops of this melted building grid component. The top is up here with pockets of O up there even as well. You see the apertures here. Look, hello there, apertures. I'm telling you, it was a building. There's an arch there, I believe. Archway here, arch here. Come on, ghosting galore here. Melt at the top here. Another structure in here at the in the top left. Even over here, we have apertures that closed up. It's wonderful to be able to see it and explain it. You know, this one just to give you the scale of this. Yeah. I mean, you do not fucking build this kind of building on top of this kind of rubble. You don't. I mean, please. God damn it. Sorry.
Oh, come on.
we still got the juicy fruit to come yet. These are buildings. It's a building. Come on. We've just seen this material further back. Look, that's an
crystallizing.
Yeah, it's very crystalline. It's got that coral look to it. There's an aperture there. I mean, it explains it all to you. Look, because you might not have seen it here. Look, there's the building. There's building, brickwork, apertures galore that you can.
There's some more. There's some more to the building to the left over there on that above that archway.
Huge arch.
Yeah, building. There's some building right there,
and then more here, I believe.
Nice.
I hope you're seeing this, Dean.
He'll catch it. Well, he probably has it on the phone. He said he's watching on the phone.
I'm trying to see it. I see it on my phone.
There you go, then. Told you he's going to be moist tonight, boy.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be restreaming this too. I'm going to be watching the shit out of this.
This is Tibet. You can't build this shit. Where's the rest of this building? Look, it's clearly building here. Look, where's the rest of this? It's gone.
Yeah.
It's down. It's moved. It's melted. All melted buildings. Look behind. All the melted buildings behind. It's all melted buildings, I'm afraid. You've been had. You've been hoodwinked. The whole realm is melted. And it's been in front of your eyes all the time. Look at the melt here, dripping here. Rock cut, brick lines. Apertures. And then you look across and you just see more devastation. Raw devastation. Brick lines here. This was flowing here.
Meltage.
It's very, very melted. Again, this is another picture of structures in impossible locations. This is Tibet again. And you can clearly see it's carbon 14 rich. And I believe it's must be just after winter thaw and all this business, because I believe this will be full with plant life again. It's just a dieback because of winter. Again, how do you put these buildings in here? Don't tell me some magical fucking native did it, because I'm not having it. Can't see. The fuck is that? This is all, you can clearly see this.
That's
is
some
melted
scary
brick,
shit.
right? It is. It's a fucking melted.
You said that's my room, boss?
Oh no. I'll say 20 Hail Marys.
I was thinking a little something more towards the middle.
Yeah, right over here somewhere. You have to have a leap of faith. That's what they're saying.
In the middle, going in, not on the edge.
Whoever's got the bed next to this door, not having it. And you can clearly see, just if you just squint your eyes slightly, you can see that what this is resting on is building.
Yeah.
See the bricks. See the bricks. I can see the bricks clearly all the way over here. Even over here in the bottom here. Bricks. So this is sitting on melted bricks. These are pockets of survival.
Yeah. Wow.
What fucking use is this building here? Who the fuck lives in a house that's underground? That there's no access points. How do you get in? Through the roof?
Right.
And this place is for midgets.
Yeah.
Come
Wow.
on. Top of the building here melted down in waves, as you can clearly see.
Wow.
It flooded this area, and this is just the tops of buildings. We keep telling you. You won't believe it, but we keep showing it to you. Time and time again. Yep. I was saying that's that place we looked at earlier. If this wall wasn't here, this fucking deluge of melted brick would have just flowed over. Now it would have become a mountain, but it wasn't able to topple the brick. But look at the texture here in the right side to the texture of the melt above it. It's like exactly the same.
Yeah,
exactly the same. You see bricks, skin of bricks here, bottom right, sorry. Going into structure, but the structure is now being enveloped, and the top is flooded out as well.
Wow.
Yeah. I keep chuckling to myself.
Woo. Yeah.
I keep fucking chuckling to myself.
I mean, what kind of power and energy did this? I mean, my God.
Savage event.
Yeah.
You know, things vaporizing instantly and all this shit.
It's hard to get inside your head and think of an image like that.
Yeah, I don't really want to go with that here because it's it's pain, immense pain for everything that was here. But this particular picture, you can clearly see the pocket of survival at the top. It still looks like a building, even though the walls around it, they're fucked, they're cooked. Right, they look like this shit here.
Yeah.
And you see a wall here with bricks underneath it, an archway. There's numerous archways and apertures here. So this is melting and leaning back. It's a tower here. This here is a tower leaning back, attached to a wall, which is cooked up at the bottom. And what I like is back here, behind it. Yeah. Look at this melt. Clearly something melted here and flowed downwards. You can clearly see it. And also, Mr. Dean, notice the patterns in between, the fractal patterns of your lightning.
Yes, look at that.
Oh my.
Look at that, crew. Sir, can you bump in on that just a touch, please?
I don't know if that's any better, Dave. Can't bloody hear him now. I hope you saw it anyway, Dean. Not here. Oh, he's gone. He's come back now. Just wait a minute. Actually, whilst we're waiting, I'm just going to quickly roll the split. Hang on.
Did I say holy shit? Look at that. Yeah, it's me. I'm back, crew. Bumping in and out. Fighting for it tonight. I hope everybody can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay, good.
What's going on with this thing?
Yeah, StreamYard's being real freaky deaky with me, and I'm just in and out so damn fast. I'm a little fervent.
You're pro. You do it real quick. You do pro.
Yeah. And, but Laughing Eagle bringing that evidence, and I'm not sure. I just come back in if you got more to come, but
hey, buddy, you're doing fine, man. We know what you're going through, man. The crew knows what what the man's been trying to do to keep you down, and we know that they can't keep you down. So you're good, man. You are good. I know it's a little aggravating on your end, but you're not interfering with anything on this end, man. So
well, I try to make sure that I got all my I's dotted and T's crossed, if you will, as far as my tech. I'm powered up. I'm in before. I'm setting up. I'm doing my thing. Everything's good, and I've got my evidence. And I don't know, like Laughing Eagle said, it could be bandwidth. A lot of people on right after work around here, whatever. But it's I'm passionate about this crew, and I know you're putting up with that, and so am I. And it's
once again, we understand the issues here with StreamYard. They've made sure that they've messed with every one of us at one point or another. Dean, we understand the troubles that you keep on inheriting from StreamYard, and we understand that you are a trooper, and that's why I'm in, and that's why Spartans, and that's why people come in, to try to help with this. So we understand, Dean, and we've been doing this for a year now, so we understand you're a pro at this, so it has nothing to do with what you're doing. So.
I don't know about a pro, but oh man, more like a freaked out maniac sometimes with this shit.
You're good, mate. Don't worry. You should keep trying. That's the main thing until it works.
Well, I hope that you were in your flow and you got to continue with that.
I went and rolled a spliff, mate. I don't know about anybody else.
Okay. Well,
that's what I did. Yeah. We still got some juicy stuff to see. I believe. Look, the top of this all cooked out. You can see the flood inside here, the brick flood inside.
Eagle Eye Crew, brick love.
Yeah.
Damage. Just some incredible stuff to see out there, I'm telling you. There is some incredible stuff to see when you can see it correctly, when you perceive it right. Top of the melted building here. Clearly, clear structure. There's no arguing about this. What's this behind? What is this behind? Look at the flow, the A-frames. Incredible. The size of this. And this is not the top of it. This is just the flow of it. The top is way back here. Way back here, the top. This is just the flow. You can see it's joined. This is the flow. This is how big these fucking buildings are. You think Everest is big? It's nothing compared to what it was.
Mm-hmm. The detail you can make out in this is just incredibly good.
Well, like this, Dave. How about that? Are you starting to get it yet, you unbelievers? You non-believers? It's a melted building.
Yes.
Look at this shit here. Here. Pieces of red brick, melted red brick. Look at this shit. Pieces of brick. There's a brick there, Dave. Look. Boom.
Wow.
Piece there. Boom. The edge of one there. Boom. Come on now. Brick lines. Compressed bricks here, Dean.
Yeah.
we need someone to write us a tune. Brick lines are forever. Oh, that one. Oh, this is just amazing.
We could do a remix on that. Instead of hotline, did it on that hotline. We do it on the brick line.
On the brick line, yeah. Yeah, we're doing it on the brick line.
Excuse me, baby, listen, please. This is for the bricks in me.
You got the tune. Right, this is supposed to be some kind of oasis. What is a building component doing in a fucking oasis? Oh my. That's what it is. It's attached to a fucking mountain. Oh my. And clearly, it's a melted building, and this is just a fragment of what's left.
Yeah.
And the infrastructure is still leaking, which is why all oases are the leakage points of melted buildings that have turned to dust.
Yes.
The water finding its way to the surface, and then surfaces are pooling, which therefore attracts plants. Get it?
And that becomes a new flow.
Well, I mean, why have we got a brick wall in there? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my days!
Makes it look pretty.
Oh, it certainly does. It certainly does make it look pretty with these bricks here. I mean, please. This is this sunken archway, huge melt building that's rock curtained over itself, hiding the true nature, but it still must be quite hollow in there, because I believe people visit this as a tourist attraction. They go in there.
This the same place where that guy was in the water?
Yeah, this is further around.
Yeah. That place is a tourist attraction. I never seen another picture before.
It's
some type of resort or something.
Yeah, it's. I can't remember. I think it might be Greece somewhere. It may be Greece. Excuse me a second.
Look at that.
I'm operating two laptops at the moment. Hang on.
I wish I was running two laptops at the second.
And look at the floor area, the ground area. It's melted.
Sorry, let me go back. All here.
Look at that stepping down, terracing, sliding, melting.
Notice that the brickwork here at the bottom, how dishevelled it is.
And look at over by the palm tree, underneath that palm tree over there. The up in that area, all churned up right there. Look at that. Brick lines churning.
Look, see the brick lines here, though.
Look at that.
See the brick lines here.
It was just going ape shit. Look at that.
This was fucking splitting in half or trying to pull away from itself. You got this.
Now, is that water coming out of those rocks? Or is it coming from the top of it? It's hard to tell here. It looks like it's spewing out of the rock.
Here, it's coming out this point.
Huh.
It's coming out this point.
We've seen that a lot where it's actually, when you look on top and say, where the hell's the water? It is not. It's coming out the damn side.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's it, but we see that a lot.
It will always find a way out.
Absolutely.
Please excuse me. We'll wait for Dean anyway.
Yeah. Those lines almost try to go Cuban over there where that guy's standing, where they're shooting up.
Yeah.
I mean,
see the drip on this one.
Yeah, look at that.
Drip there. Yeah. How you doing, Dave?
Doing okay.
Cool. See, no, water's coming out of the rock here. It's not coming out the top. It's coming out between these two.
Yeah. Might be a crazy thing. Sometimes we see it all the time, and sometimes it's not.
It's just a funny place to have a piece of building.
Yeah. Real funny. And they didn't do the other side.
No. It's not wet back up here, James. If there was a creek running through, it'd be kind of more wet here in this area. Yeah. It's very dry.
Yeah, it's pretty open right there. Yeah.
Maybe, but I think it's coming from in here.
Yeah, shows a lot more in that picture.
Look at a balloon rock at the bottom here. Great. Viscosity up here. Look, these are all clues to the X Factor event.
Well, also we have to when you look at that, or if you go, can you go back one pick? Maybe one more. There was one that showed. Okay, right there. So where's that water going to? Is it flowing to that left area over there where that guy's at? That's a lot of water coming out. Is that flowing that way?
Yeah, it could be. I'm just looking
or is it going underneath?
Yeah, I'm looking at the contouring of the melt here.
That's a lot of damn water coming out.
Maybe that it goes out, and you would think it would flood, wouldn't you? Really, the amount of water coming, as you say, it tend to flood, but I don't see watermarks here on this wall.
Yeah.
So maybe it flows out where you say here. Trickles out this way. I'll tell you what, I'd like to drink some.
Yeah, huh?
Proper water.
That's
from
a
the
lot
masters.
Of water coming out.
Yeah. You see that it comes out from here. Is that a pipe? This grey stuff. Can you see it, James?
I'm looking at it, but it's hard to tell.
It looks like a pipe. It looks like a cooked out.
I don't know if it's a pipe or if it's the melted, because if you look underneath the water, it's black underneath the water. I noticed on a couple of those shots where you see underneath the water was all black. So that almost looks the same color as underneath the water, cooked. So I don't know if it's brick that's cooked.
It might be just a spray of the water.
Yeah.
At the top here, giving it this grey look. But it's definitely coming out from between these two. Yeah. It's mad. Look at the heat expansion here. Now you get close up to it. Incredible. How bricks turned into these huge monstrosities. Again, as I say, it's supposed to be some kind of fucking oasis, but it's really a melted fucking building. All it is. Oh my days. This is in Tunisia. This is Tunisia. Look at this. This is brick block lines here. On their end. Brick lines here. Back. The colour. The melt. This isn't a beach. It's pieces of melted red brick. And look. the water. It's leaking. Just to go back and show this place again. I always like to see melted steps in the middle of nowhere. It makes me laugh. Why would you have steps? Why do you do the stairway to heaven again? Yeah, then the melt here to the right hand corner, top right. Cray crown again. This building's leaking. Look, see the water. It explains the X Factor explains so much. Again, the walkway sunken in the melt. Look at the sides.
Yeah.
Look at the fucking sides. And people just daydreaming, you know, in their awake asleep mode.
Yeah.
Day trippers. No one's questioning, well, why are the stairs sunken down into the melt? Why is it on this huge A-frame? Well, they wouldn't even think of it would be an A-frame. They wouldn't even think in them terms. What's this huge chunk of fucking masonry doing here? Wow. You can even see, look, if you look closely, Dino, that stuff that's coming up the sides.
Yeah.
Brick lines.
Yeah, it is. Look at that. It's right there.
Brick
Right there.
Oh my days. Come on, crew.
Right.
You know, we bring this shit every night. Every fucking night. Proving it over and over again.
Yeah.
Again, stairway to nowhere. All the melt around it. Chunks. Turn ballooning up. It's a building, this is all that's left of it. X Factor chewed it out.
Yeah.
I've seen this place many a time, but I just can't get over these. They can't see these are block lines. This is one huge building with remnants, pockets of survival on it. Look, apertures down
like
here.
the church said, let's go build out here.
Yeah, look, here it is, as James said. Look, always have to have their fucking mark on it.
Yeah.
I've seen this many a time. Flick through. I showed this in a very early video that I did, but I went back and grabbed better images. Again, this is a building. Look, there's the bricks to prove it. In terms of blocks, they're still there. Brick ash everywhere. Look at the melt behind on this building.
Look at all that.
It's fucking incredible. This is just in the entrance going into Petra. People walk past this, don't really take many photographs of this. Me, I was on it like a like a rash, mate. More of Petra, just want to see. I like these brick lines. Aerial view, top downwards. See the bricks? Definitely bricks. Look at all the brick flood around it. This is melted building around it. Look, this grid component flooded and melted. Look here. See the outline at the top of the building here.
Mm-hmm.
Another building component here. Huge brick lines here, block lines. See them? Sitting up in the brick flood.
Yeah.
This is all from this building here.
Wow, man. Wow.
You can all see the melt. I know you can. Stop playing if you don't think bricks can't melt. Look, what's all this shit behind them?
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the melt, then you're
Please.
You're missing the news.
Yeah. Go and change your prescription glasses. Right. Look, these are ghost apertures here. Apertures, windows. Look up here, window. More windows. These are squashed. Look at that shape. Brick ash on the ground, which was what you call sand. It's not, it's brick ash. Crystallized building here. The damage that's up here, how dark and chewed out it is. And the stairs. We got the stairs on the edge, indentations now. And then they stop. And then they start again up here. Where's the rest of the fucking stairs? See it?
Juan
See
Torres says stairways to meltology. Yeah, Juan.
Yeah, you know it. How you doing? One love, my friend. Hope you and the family are well. And you know, it depends on the level of your eyes. But me, I'll see this shit down here.
Yeah.
This is melted brick here because look right next to it, bricks. Come on, wake up. I'll even zoom it so you can see. Look at this shit here. Notice the stairs are missing. Look, where's the stairs? From this step to this one. Wakey, wakey, melty, melty.
Yeah.
This is, this is what evidence it looks like. Proper evidence. Again, the crystallized nature of this building has been severely damaged, and these are all apertures, archways, windows, and doors. The column there. Come on! You've got to start seeing, perceiving. Wakey, wakey. Melted building again. No, it's not a melted building. Okay. Some of you, you can't wake them up for the trees. Look, what's that doing inside there? That's bricks. That's a structure. What's this wall here? This even more clear. You start to get it yet? There's no such thing as mountains. They're all melted buildings, my friend, from the old world order that was well established here, and it only happened a little while ago.
Yes.
It only happened. This devastation is recent. You've been had. Oh my. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Are you seeing? Look at this shit here.
Wow, fucking
Look
wow.
at this shit here. Look at this shit here. It's melted building. Look. Oh my. No? What's this shit then?
Oh,
What's this shit then? If it's not a melted building, you can see it melt. The melt here, look, it's dripping down in the center down here. This is all viscous here, flowing down. Look, see how it flowed down? You can even see the ghost apertures behind it. Look, building. What the fuck can't you see? Because I certainly can. I certainly can see melted buildings, mate, everywhere I look. Even in my kung fu film that I was watching today, melted fucking building. I'm heartbroken. I can't even get away from it in my kung fu films. But the realm is destroyed.
It is.
It is destroyed. What you're looking at here is a huge building melting. The top part, the brickwork has gone. Bottom part, you can still see brickwork. That's all it is. Can't you see these strips of melt? Up good.
yeah.
Apertures, 90-degree angles.
Look, you can see the brick lines here. Look, this is structure. It's not mountain. It's structure. It's right in your fucking face.
Yeah.
All these accidents.
This column here. Oh, please. Sorry.
It's a freak of nature, like us.
Yeah. We're all freaks. Freaks that build stuff into mountains.
Straight out of the caves. We didn't know better.
Jawbones in hand and loincloth for boxer shorts off we troops work. Got we kid. Look at this shit, please.
All them columns, everything, stairs, whatever that is. Look at all that shit.
Well, fuck.
We just saw this little segment earlier.
Yeah.
With this
before the invention of underwear.
Exactly. And the poor flying donkeys must have been on overtime to do this. Look at these columns. They can still see the rock curtaining coming over. Look, this part of the building's leaning back. Jesus.
Melting.
The place was decimated. Look, come on. Wake up. Will you please wake up?
Wake
They're
up.
lying to you. Your history is fake. They're lying to you. Your history is fake. No, if I keep saying it, people start fucking believing it.
Lying about everything, guys.
You're telling me a civilized tribe built this?
They were too dumb to build the blocks. It is.
Yeah. And they're so dumb they built it in a mountain.
And guys, remember, this is hard. What they're calling hard stone. This is not like what we're watching on YouTube, where these guys go out there with the little sticks and start digging into the sand, to the soft brick ash. No, this is that solid stuff.
Look at the detail. Look at the lines in that shit.
Oh man,
You need power tools to go through this. You're not doing it. They use dynamite.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, this is just mad. I saw that earlier. Yeah, this is all building. All built. Look at the dripping here.
That's
drips into
hard material.
Fucking.
That's why it's withstand the time. Been able to withstand the time. That's
Yeah.
hard material. Cooked.
Wow.
Are you kidding me? Look, this is crystallized here. This area is crystallized. It's got that sheen of crystallization as well.
Yeah.
But there's no way in a million years that anybody built this in here.
Hell no.
You are out of your tiny pea brain minds if you're going to try and convince me some Fred Flintstone came and did this.
Yabba dabba do.
Yabba dabba do, all right.
I got a dinosaur bone.
I'll tell you what, it'd soon be divorced, mate. Wilma wouldn't have been doing overtime, mate. You'd have to be doing overtime and stuff to be.
Oh yeah,
to be
just
doing
look at the molding above the door. You got all that stuff and all that. I mean, and
notice.
Now remember,
please
this is all supposed to be carved, so that means everything you see is cut down first, with the other pieces protruding back. It's not like they're telling you it was glued on after. So you got to make that door deeper than the rest of everything. And everything
Also,
else come out more. So come on, man.
Also,
we know what it
notice-
is now.
Notice the concrete molds are all in the Roman Greco style.
Exactly.
Please notice that. So you're saying now that the Romans did this? Oh, come on. Come
They were
on.
helpful.
Oh, it don't fit, does it?
Oh,
Yeah.
man,
Oh,
look
no.
at this.
Exactly.
You know,
They
when we
were-
tell
they
you
were-
mountains
they
and
were
mountain
nifty with
buildings, we
them
mean it.
damn, chisels.
See, that's me there sitting there looking at that building thinking, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Melting all over the place. Trippy.
I ain't saying nothing because I don't need to. The picture speaks for itself.
Yeah, and it's screaming.
Of course.
So,
Well, guys.
Mr. Zucker. Was it Mr. Zucker? Was that his name?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Let me,
Mr. Ziffel. No, Mr. Zucker. One of them two.
oh, now, here we go. I'm back. Let me take myself off.
Y'all hear me okay?
Pig.
Yeah,
Arnold.
you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
One says the Greeks did it with chicken bones. Oh, listen. That was the laughing eagle evidence for tonight.
Wow, man.
Nice.
I'm
Astonishing.
keeping my powder. Yeah, well, I told you, didn't I? I'm keeping my powder dry for tomorrow night. I've got a whole new set of things to show you tomorrow. Because me and Dino will be back in again. I don't know if James is going to come in, but I will definitely be in again tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed those pictures. As I say, those of you who are new or fresh or even skeptical, look at those pictures and try and explain them. Try and explain what we're seeing if you can't understand meltology, because it should be very, very evident from those pictures that we are correct in what we are saying, that this realm melted like butter. The buildings were huge. They are now midgets, if you want to use that terminology. We're living and we're walking amongst the tops of melted huge buildings.
Yeah.
There you go, Fervent. I hope
Thank
I've
you,
served
sir.
my purpose.
Oh my God, sir. Thank you again. And thank you. Be talking
You're
about
welcome.
this tech stuff after, but
Yeah.
just
Don't worry
love
about it.
this evidence. This evidence was jaw-dropping, astonishing. Next level.
It's worth doing a rewind, guys, and just going and have a look at it again. The pictures will be in the group at some point for you to even download. I know you can't share them, but you can download them if you want to. And I suggest more people watch that the video that I'm going to be doing on those pictures. But I always believe, and the guys know it, you're only as good as your last picture and your last stream. yeah, onwards and upwards for tomorrow, and I'll have a whole different way of looking at stuff tomorrow. So,
Right on.
guys, I've overstayed my welcome already. I made sure I dropped the evidence. I knew I was going to do that. I wanted you guys to see it first.
Oh, thank you.
As always, I'll do it for you guys. Eagle Eye Crew has to come first.
Yeah.
A big shout out to all meltologists out there who are sharing the truth and doing the research and putting in the hours. Much love, Brick love, one love. And on that note, guys, James, great to see you again, my friend. Fervent.
Likewise, thank you.
You're welcome, my friends. Love you all. Take care. Laughing Eagle, I'm out.
Brick love.
Brick love, sir. Brick love. Wow. Wow. I hope you all enjoyed that. And, you know, I've been bouncing in and out. James, I'm so glad you're here, bro. This is, I'm not even going to get into it with this shit. I want to just get into it with this shit. Okay. You got some evidence you brought, brother?
I got a few things, but I don't really have anything
okay.
together. I
got us covered. I got us covered.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a few things to show. If you bounce out, I can talk to the chat.
I'll be right back if I do, but I want to get this flowing, and I want to do it a certain way. Okay. We're going to bump through these pictures quick, and I want you to think of a few things: etheric energy and piezoelectricity forces. I also want you to try to picture the X factor happening, or at the stage where it stopped and cooling down. Okay. Keep those mental thought processes in your head when I go through this stuff for you. It's going to go fast, and you'll get my point. Okay. Brick Love Crew, here we go. I want to do something first a little bit. I got a bunch of them, so I'm not going to do much talking. But James, I do need you to keep me focused as far as if I'm in or not.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Well, I guess if you're not in, I might have to call you or something.
Well, yeah. I'm just going to do something here. If I can fucking get to it.
Eagle Eye Crew. So one.
Okay. I'm just going to bump this up just a little bit.
You're not in yet.
No, I know. I'm not in yet. I just bumped the volume up a little bit.
Oh, the volume. Okay, my bad.
Is it too loud?
I thought you were doing the contrast. Sorry about that.
No. Is it too loud? Is it too loud? Okay.
No.
Okay, here we go. All right, now I'm sharing screen.
Sparkle, we've got him, family. They're coming up, Dean.
Like, share, and subscribe. Tip of the spear. In Meltology.
All right, you're
asking
in.
a lot of questions, trying to figure it out. We know these forces exist above us.
You're in.
We're looking good.
Yeah, you're in. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, yeah, you're in. You're good to go.
What pick are you looking at?
Looks like a melted building island with electricity, big bolt of electricity on the right side and small fingers on the left side.
Right on. That's a bridge back there being struck. These forces are active still. temperatures, all kinds of things bring these forces upon us, down on us. There's so much energy in the ether, freely available, abundantly clear. We don't have access to. No, we got to pay for it. Imagine this power coming up from the bottom up. Imagine this power times 10 coming up from the bottom up. What kind of devastation do you think it would lead? The evidence tells us a lot. There's no such thing as mud floods, but there's a shitload of brick ash. The power in the atmosphere, if you will, the ether, is there. How's the screen size, James?
Looks fine.
This is all connected somehow. We're all connected somehow. This all happened together somehow. We feel it, we breathe it, we speak it, we see it. We're part of it. We're connected. This amount of energy up here is at least comparable to the amount of energy that is below us. Leaving a wasteland of melt flow of what stood there, crystallized, vaporized, melted, cooked. These are some I didn't get a chance to clean up. I'm gonna get red flagged like a motherfucker. Still get my point, crew? Doing okay, James?
You are doing fine. You can hear me okay?
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, yeah, you're doing fine.
Look at the energy up here. Look at the energy down below in the air. The energy we're all paying for. Look at that. Coming up. Just changing up. Let me know when this one's good, James.
You got all the picks right now. They're coming. Okay, you're in.
Grid components still drawn from the ether. Not like they used to, but like they are now in the condition they're in. Still being zapped. We've seen a lot of these places before. Different angle now, different resolution. Melted buildings. Obviously. Cooked, melted like butter, as stated before, in this wasteland created below it. Sitting there like megaliths, reminding us, yelling at us to look at it. You like her? You see it?
Dean, give me. I'm gonna step away for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Right on, brother. Backing out here, crew. Just a second. Grabbing somebody here. Hold on a minute. Just a second, crew.
Oh my god, man.
Hello, hello.
Cool. Oh my god, how cool
Hello,
is
Norman.
this? Hello. Hello,
Who do we
hello.
got here?
Thank
Who's
you
here?
so much for the invite. Nice to see you.
Oh, you're welcome. Kikan, sketch you. Is that you?
It is me. I can sketch you. That's me.
I can sketch you. Okay, darling. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Wow, look who grabbed the link. There she is. Brilliant. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. Can you hear me?
Brilliant.
I think that it's plugged in right. I think that I'm
Yeah,
set.
you
It's my
sound
first
good.
time getting in, so I appreciate that. Your
Oh,
patience
brilliant,
with that.
brilliant. I'll tell you what, we're going to take full advantage of this time right here, darling. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what got you into meltology.
Well, actually, it was kind of like a stepping stone type thing. I've been really fortunate, so I've got to live in a lot of places around America. And what I found were underground cities and things that were not taught to us in school all over the place. So whether it was down south or out west in Seattle, in upstate New York, up in Canada, there's all kinds of caves and different spelunking adventures and whatnot. And my father, ironically enough, is an archaeologist, and my brother's an
Wow.
archaeologist. I know,
Okay.
right? So, yeah, he used to take me spelunking when I was younger. So this kind of created the bite, like the outdoor adventure type thing. And I've collected stones and crystals and minerals all over the place, thinking, that I'm in caves, caves.
Right.
And I really did. We went through some different theories. Like I have 4 sons, and so one of them in college, professor had thrown out. You probably have heard of it. There are no forests on Earth anymore, or something on flat Earth anymore. It was something
Right.
along this line. It was a video flying around a few years ago. Okay. Well, then after I got introduced with that, then I had some people introduce me to a gentleman, and maybe you know him too. He was studying some kind of mud flood university. Are you familiar with that?
Oh,
Are
yeah,
you? Do
we
you
know
know
Roger.
what? Okay,
We know Roger. We're well aware of Roger.
Okay, so I looked at Roger's material, and I digested that. I chewed on that for a little bit, and so we had these different concepts and theories floating around, and then all of a sudden, before me in my news feed, I see this melted castle, and it had nothing to do. Nobody was sharing meltology or anything else, and I said,
Okay.
"What's going on here?" And it had something to do with, I believe, like a Tartaria share. Right?
Okay. Yeah,
and I said, I started this. I said, I don't understand what this is. This looks melted. And they said, yeah, well, to the inexperienced, it probably does, but that's what water does. And I go, no, that didn't happen. And so in my background, I had some opportunities to study sculpture and whatnot. Seriously, so you could do I got to try percussion sculpture. That means chipping away at things and whatnot, right?
Okay.
To study how the masters did it. It was a course I'd taken in school. And what I found is whatever they're saying that happened, like with Michael, this is what brought me into it, like with Michelangelo and whatnot, Leonardo da Vinci, that they can't possibly be real people. They're constructs because the timelines don't match up. Either do the skill sets, when you look through the decades, they supposedly did this here and did this here. So that brought us to, I paint all the time, and studying these artists and finding out that they were constructs and not real characters. What I really started noticing were the things in Pompeii, because they were saying that the paintings were left on the wall after this volcanic explosion, right? Well, I can't even get acrylic paint to stay for a few decades. What's going on here? That they're using what they said was egg tempera. No,
Right.
no, you didn't use egg tempera, and we're seeing this thousands of years later. That didn't happen. That did not
Right.
happen. So something happened though, and what was it? So a girlfriend of mine saw my comment from this Meltology post that I told you about. It wasn't a Meltology post, it was just me mentioning it was melted. And she says to me, hey, guess what? Other people think they're melted too. Check this out, and sends me a link. And now here we are.
Look
How
at that.
fun, right?
That's how it's done.
And that's how it's done. So word of mouth, and just really we gravitate towards those, you know, who we resonate with, right?
Yes. Yes.
So here we
Wow.
are. Now, how
Wow.
about yourself? How did you start off in this? Because this is a new kind of subject matter for me. So please forgive me and if you can catch me up.
Oh, no problem, sweetheart. No problem. Well, thank you again for coming in. And for me, you know, I've been around for a little bit, and I followed things for a long time before the tech age came about. I was listening to the old Art Bell stuff back in the day on the radio. Yeah, that old thing.
Uh-huh.
You had to, yeah.
That's great,
And,
isn't it?
Yeah, and there was so much out there. And as the decades went, of course, I was into everything else like everybody else, and it led me to nowhere. It led me with more questions and, you know, just nowhere. And then, you know, I was following a cat that was tearing a hole out of NASA, and, you know, with his channel. And he went on to get into Meltology. And he opened up his little stream, and I commented on it for a long time. You know, I was in there. And and there was another dude in there by the name of Spartan Red.
Yep.
And I really tuned into Spartan Red more than I did this other dude. The evidence was obviously solid. The explanations were spot on. It answered everything that I had as far as questions goes. The approach, the mannerisms, everything is what really captured me to Meltology. You know, it's all on how you approach people with this.
You know what? That's a great point. The opening door either allows them to explore it or shuts it permanently, it appears, right?
Yes, exactly. And, you know, we have to be all inclusive here, you know, and that's why Melted Red Brick University is like we are for this kind of moment to happen right here. This is proof positive, crew. The message is getting out. I Can Sketch You right here comes in and is, you know, here, and you could be too. That link was there and she took it. And, you know, bless your heart, man. Hey, do you got any evidence?
Well, actually, we have found so much evidence that
Oh, hey,
it's kind of-
James. Welcome to I Can Sketch You, James.
You made it in.
All right.
All right. How you doing?
hello to you. How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you could make it. Yes, especially on such
Nice to see you. Thank
quick
you
little,
so much for.
What's that?
I was just saying thank you so much for the invite. I love getting to see all the Betty's interactions on Facebook and in the room, and
we are glad to
getting to
have
see
you.
the ideas.
Yes.
Really
now,
fun.
did Fervent introduce the nest to you and what we do here? And I know you're new here to Meltology and you're new to the nest. So welcome. Start off with a big welcome to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, we kind of broke down her background and my background into Meltology, James. And that you come in here, and thank you so much for throwing this out to her. My gosh, you know, this is what we do in the crew. And James, if you could break it down a little bit about how you two been talking back and forth and how she got here.
Yeah, well, you know how I like to, you know, myself and like others, I like to see talent. I like to see people excited. And so I noticed you right away when you came into the group. Your enthusiasm was is what I like to see and what other Meltologists like to see. And then as I started, well, first I thought you were Russian or something because you sent me a friend request
And I'm so used to seeing all these Russian names because when we do this research on Yandex, there's a lot of Russian names. So your name was all pieced together. So for the first week, I didn't know who you were. And then all of a sudden, I see when you're posting, I'm like, oh, she's talking in English. And so I was like, what's her name? I'm looking at him like, oh. And so I'm like, oh yeah, let me see. I'll go ahead and accept that friend request. I was like, she might be one of the Russian hackers or something. But then I started watching you, and I was like, wow, you're just how observant you are, and it seems like you're awake on a lot of different levels as well. And I also noticed that you've gone through a lot of the same things that we've gone through, and a lot of people who wake up go through.
It is true, right? We're all singing similar songs.
Yes, the hardships we have with friends and family, and trying to get them to wake up, and how they think we're crazy, and that we lose friends. And the great thing about this place here is that we call it the Nest because it's home. It's like-minded people. We come in here, we have a good time, we hang out, we talk about our days, the chat goes, we show evidence, and we just have a good time. We leave all the drama behind, all the stress behind when we come in here. We just try to gel and have a good time. And so that's why we call it the Nest with Eagle Eye Crew, and just like-minded people that we can give ideas to back and forth to try and figure this place out.
Yeah.
Well, it's quite something. This whole Meltology thing, for me, it literally was the only thing that made sense. Like everything just came all together, all these ideas and the remnants and just the storylines, the things that they add in our movies, in our video games, just all these little hints and tricks and stuff. I don't know if you guys saw this. It was a small post that we had made, and it was in one of the smaller groups, but it was so poignant to me. I had to share it, and I'm glad it got approved to put in there. My little one, my little meltologist and I, we've been exploring around here, and what we found is in the shows for the kids, they literally have melted buildings hidden in them. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this cartoon show called Adventure Time. I don't know. Well, this Adventure Time literally has melted buildings and remains, ballooned out rocks. Wait a minute. Whoever's making these shows obviously know, right? Like this can't be a secret because it's in all the movies too. So we've been looking back at different movies, and you guys can do it too. Go back and look at the trailers, and what you'll find in the background of these Hollywood productions are these old architecture buildings made of these bricks that we're all exploring right now. How come?
Yes.
And they're never mentioned. They're not part of the storyline at all. But yet that's where they take place. So what's that about, right?
Yeah.
That's
right in our face again.
Yeah, right in our face.
Speaking of architectural, you have an architectural background or knowledge of architecture? I seen a post you put. Some family, perhaps? Well,
I don't have an architectural background. My father is an archaeologist, and my brother's an archaeologist.
Okay, got you. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and so since they studied that, I mean, I took to it, to kind of be part of the group, and I studied geology too, and my family knows, my son knows the story, but it's true. I got an F in Earth Science. I'm going for this Regents diploma, right, in New York, and it's kind of like an upscale diploma, so you can get into better college type thing, right?
Right.
That's the shtick. So anyway, to get in there, I've got to get this Regents level Earth Science. And my Earth Science teacher and I, this isn't working out at all. We don't see things the same. I'm asking questions. He doesn't want to answer me, and I get an F. So I have to go to summer school. We show up at summer school, and of course I don't want to be there. And so I'm in Earth Science, and we're talking about, we're on like day 2, and he's talking about the moon. And, how it causes these tides and whatnot, right? This is what's responsible for these tides. I live on Lake Ontario. We don't have any tides. Okay, Lake Ontario is huge. Okay, might as well be the ocean. How come we don't have any tides?
Right.
So he looks at me and says, would you like your F now, or do you want to wait to the end of the semester to get it? And I'm like, okay, all right, so this is what we're going to do. So we just kind of play like monkey games going through school, right? So we can get our grades and check the block to do what we were told we're supposed to do.
Yep.
But common sense is not part of this. And so not having an educator at that point in time be able to explain why we have tides to me was pretty profound, which I found, I'm young, I'm kind of spunky, that's irritating to me. Why are you in a position of authority and you're going to threaten me with an F because your ego can't take that you don't know? I mean, their explanation doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
Right? Okay. But if someone told us about salt water and electricity, now we're talking, right? Because that's fresh water. Now we're talking to make sense why we don't have these tides. Now we're starting to talk about real science.
Yeah.
But that's not allowed in a classroom at all. No.
Right.
Not allowed. If it goes against the curriculum, the professors are locked. Just so you guys know, I have an educator background too. I was an elementary school teacher is where I was going with my degree, and all my life, right? You get read onto a lot of things when you're invited into the teacher's lounge, right? Like if you're in board, you get to see things maybe like getting to watch a sausage make, like you can't eat it after that. So
yeah,
you gotta go. And so now here we all are, discussing these topics, which to me are more relevant than, pretty much 95% of our conversations going out there. That's kind of just where I'm at right now.
Yes.
How are we not discussing this?
Yeah.
So, when did you get into meltology? How did you come across meltology? Dean may have already asked you that. And also, are you a truther, or are you just finding the truth now?
Well, I don't have a label for myself, and I kind of like to leave it that way. I guess I'm just like my own I just walk by myself. I ran into some shenanigans a few years back with the pharma situation. So for me, that didn't work out very well, and having to face some things that I didn't like to face ended up with, a different lifestyle. Once you turn your back on, the liars who run the show, you better figure it out yourself how to take care of things. So I had a real big, fast, learning curve and step up, but I'm glad for it. And, as they say, boy, we're not in charge of this place, but maybe more so how we respond to it. So that's kind of where I try to focus myself.
Nice.
I cannot believe this meltology is before us now. I mean, are you kidding me?
How did you come into meltology? What was the wow factor that you said it's melted?
Well, there's so many of them. I was telling our friend here, just like the lead up how it went. I actually had a girlfriend find my post. I don't know if she had searched it or whatnot. My word that I'd use, melted building, because someone else, they were discussing Tartaria and whatnot, and they were comparing this building, and I said, whoa, that thing is melted. And then they corrected me that I was just ignorant and I didn't understand how water worked, and that it weighed down the wall. It made it look warm. But brick doesn't melt. Maybe I should try to take a science class and educate myself and stop being so naive. And whenever someone starts making fun of you, ding, 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 what's going on, right? So I was really fortunate, and another girlfriend of mine, she knows I walk my own path too, and she found this post, took a screenshot, and said, "Hey, listen, you want to come over here and talk with us?" I said, "Great." And introduction to meltology, and Joaquin was the first video that I got sent.
Oh, okay.
So,
Tartarian meltdown.
That was Tartarian meltdown. That's what it was.
Yes,
so
Eagle Eye Crew. Yes.
Yep. We got to see pockets of survival,
nice.
And that was the end of it. We've been walking around saying, and we're not making fun of him, but you can't not say it in his accent after you heard it 100 times. So we see survival all over the place, and we have a great time now doing it. So we have really good thoughts about everyone putting together these productions, putting their time in, because those who don't want to question things don't.
Right.
And if you bring this up to them, you're annoying. they're trying to talk about monkey, shows going on, and literal, right? And come on, right? Just come on, we can't do that. Well, all right. So on this meltology angle, though, one of the things that tipped me off the most was our ancestors' books that had left behind, in studying different cultures and hearing different tales from Australia, like the Aborigines, and from Africa and whatnot, the word mouth tales that are passed on. What I found was so fascinating was this has been whitewashed, gone.
Yes.
Like there's no mention of it, which to me is sketchy as hell.
Yes.
How is there no mention of a pyramid in the Bible? What do you mean? What? If it's that old, what are we doing? And we cannot pretend, in light of what we're looking at, that we are an advanced society right now. It's obvious that we are literally, we're kindergartners. We have no idea what's going on. None.
That's it. Absolutely right.
And so now that we're all in kindergarten class together, our other friends don't want to even join us. They don't think there's a reason for kindergarten. They're outside in the monkey bars. They're fine, fighting over Twinkies and Candy Crush. Okay, well, go ahead. Yeah. No, seriously, I don't care. That's fine if that's what they want to do. But they find this talk, I really seriously see it, very annoying.
Yes.
This doesn't have... can you talk about this with a TV watcher right now?
Right.
No.
You can't. No.
Not at all.
And they can't talk to me either because I don't know what's going on TV. You guys watch TV?
No.
Probably not.
Entertainment purposes only.
What can I do?
I don't watch much at all.
I can't because all I can watch. No, it's just gender Connor show, and I can't take it. I just it's too much trickery going on. And then,
I watch older shows. I watch all my old shows. I watch my Columbo and Perry Mason and all my shows from back then. I don't watch regular TV.
We went back and we were looking at things. It's interesting that you brought that up. We went back and we're looking at Gilligan's Island and the Mayberry shows and going back to the beginning, like when they were wholesome. That type of stuff.
Yeah, good old Gomer Pyle and Petticoat Junction.
Totally.
Green Acres.
Yeah, and so we went back and we explored those for one. We rewatched The Twilight Zone. Do you guys watch those again since you were aware?
Oh yes, I love those.
That's real fun. And then literally I got jerked out of my chair with what I do. If you guys don't, I really do draw people for a living. So I've drawn since I was a toddler. So I've been drawing, for almost 5 decades now. And
stuff to do.
Well, I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I'm telling you that I'm just very aware of the human form and like what we physically look like. So, and becoming aware of the shenanigans going on and the symbols and the signs that really run the world that we live in. This is where I'm at. And understanding that if we read this language, we can, get a different perception of the world than others who are looking at more of a exoteric type view versus an esoteric type view, the presented meaning versus the hidden, secret meaning, the allegory type, the deeper look. And so in finding out that they were using these signs and symbols and that this is how they were speaking, wow, what a trail. Because why are they using these symbols with these characters that are supposed to be real people? Real people aren't actors. But actors are actors, and actors will do whatever you say for money or whatever their master says, right? Right. So in looking in these signs, these symbols and whatnot, and I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's a little hot topic. And I know that meltology itself is already controversial, but it's true. There's a lot of things going on that people don't, want to look into. So on this one angle that's really sketchy, that's not well known to people, is, the symbol of the Baphomet and what that means and why that would even be a renowned symbol around the world. That doesn't mean just in America. That's just known. And I didn't really know that until I started asking. I don't know if you guys, ask around on those type of topics. But
Oh,
I
yeah.
love what other people say. So I wanted to look into this topic and why was the Baphomet symbol what it was. And so in studying, I love etymology, I love these signs and symbols and whatnot. So where it led me to was figuring out why this goat-headed figure was on a transgendered, blended, gendered body. And it turns out that this isn't my conjecture, it's just the way it is. I mean, we don't have to believe it if other people believe it. It's true for them, right? That the goat character itself is an acronym for the great architect of the universe. So there's the goat. And the inversion of the genders is taking control of the gift that our creator gave to us to begin with, which is the body that we have. And if they invert this and get this to be in a believable state where others accept the creation that they created, which is right down to their own physical person, that actually is a tribute to their God, the Baphomet, the goat, the great architect of the universe. So if we understand how this place works, it literally does work through deception and fear, then if it's not on the news, then we should probably be very interested. It probably would give us a little hint into kind of, more so who we are, what we're doing here, what's our point, right? Like, where do we come from? What's the point? If we're all confused and watching these, inverted celebrities con us, into thinking that they're good people or a good father or a good mother when they're really not even the right gender, right? Like, woo. And this has nothing to do with judgment on gender issues. This is something separate. This is a serious thing that our controllers like to confuse with now you're just against people that aren't like you. No, this is a topic about the religion that you are following, and we're just discussing your religion. And their religion is to do this. Through deception, we will show win. I mean, whose motto is that?
Yeah.
Those are the characters that run this place for our government, right?
Yes.
That's what they do.
Yes.
That's what terrorism means. That means coercion. That means intimidation via government. I mean, that's etymology. It's what it means. Yes. So if a government worker is scaring the crap out of you, saying, if you don't smother yourself, I'll choke the shit out of you, that is intimidation. That is coercion. That is terrorism. That's a real terrorist. A government worker intimidating you, right?
Absolutely.
So when we want to explore these topics, and you guys, we're all laughing about, my name and whatnot. My little one actually was injured by pharma products. And so when I spoke out against that, and in my case, it's not in question. So I don't have to, go, well, I think it was this, and, maybe it was. And, I kind of, no, my son almost died on the table. They almost killed him. So we were sent to vaccine court, and I spoke out. And anyway, I learned a hard lesson. I got kicked off social media and shut down. This was back in 2015. Okay. So, how life goes. You guys know. I mean, I'm sure that you've gotten trolls and censorship, and people come in saying all kinds of crazy stuff to discredit any kind of validity you're bringing to this topic, right?
Well, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because you're absolutely right. We do cover all those areas. We talk extensively about it, and we know that we have to tread, if you will, lightly, which is very difficult because we have to have a platform, of course. But what you're talking about is the melt too. And I go into this, and James and Laughing Eagle, Spartanez, not only is the melt the X factor, the melt is our psyche. And the melt is what we've been growing up in. And that's why people can't come out of it. Some people can't come out of it, and they get real standoffish and hateful when you try to approach it. That's their comfort zone. And those of us that know this information and see it happen to the ones we love, that's surviving in the melt. That's what we're all doing. We're surviving in the melt of the mind, and we're trying to rescue it, if you will.
Well, it's an interesting way to put it, because if we're in the circle that resounds with us, we can discuss these matters. If you're with someone, this is kind of where I'm at now. If somebody hasn't gotten burned by the system, they're not really getting it yet. Like they're
Right.
not really understanding.
Yes.
Like it didn't get corrupted. It was set up that way.
Yeah.
It
Exactly.
no, it didn't get infiltrated. No, somebody didn't cheat. That you're not getting it. That's the way it, this is the way it works.
Yeah.
And so, getting, all of us our introduction from, I don't know if it's a whooping intellectually, like the melt that you had said. That's a good analogy. It does it. It does it. It gears us to where maybe we're ultimately supposed to be, perhaps. Myself, I followed the formula. I thought it was going to get me a certain place. And I'm here. And I did not, plan this in any way, shape, or form. And my root's just kind of weird too. But I bet a lot of people's route to get where we're at, if you're on this channel, probably was a little odd. I bet it was, right? Like everybody's been exploited a little bit, burned a little bit, mocked a little bit. And then I think, I don't know, what I found is that the crew that we're discussing this is, they've got a real good grounded sense of self. Nobody really cares about, about ego and, what other people think and what's it matter? I mean, I don't know. Not matter to me. I'm way past that. Long time ago. I bet you guys are too, right?
Yeah.
Like that's over.
Yeah, no ego here and no feelings to hurt.
Yeah, because what's the point? We're just trying to figure this out, right? This is amazing that this is before us. And I have this friend of mine in Ireland, and she brings me over, and we're talking. This is when we were first talking about this meltology, like the first few days. And I said, I can't believe what you're showing me. These castles, this is one after the other, after the other, after the other. How can I be half a century, old and not know this? And she's like, let me introduce you to my other friend. She brings me my other friend in Italy. So we're talking to Messenger. And so I say to this gentleman in Italy, and he's showing pictures back and forth, and I'm looking at him just, whoa. I said, I don't understand what I'm looking at here, because the people there, they have to know, right? Like they know. His response to me, I'm never going to forget it. He says to me, of course they know. How do you not know?
Okay. Yeah.
What do you mean, how do I not know? How do I not know? Oh my God, where do I live? I'm supposed to be educated. I've never seen any of this. Nottingham, these castles, these are landmarks that our governments around the world are still using, and half of them are melted. Well, that's not in my history books. Not one.
No.
I never heard one politician talk about the Great Melt. Never.
Never.
I never heard one religious figure talk about watch out for the melt coming. There's a cycle, or there's something. That's why they're watching the sky. I mean, I don't know. I mean, why do the Catholics own the biggest telescope in the world, they say, called Lucifer? Why? Oh, I don't know. Those are good questions, We're paying for it. So, but we're not allowed to have these discussions, right?
Yeah.
So here we are in America, and we've got the War Center, right, in DC. And Paris got the money, and the legislation comes out of Rome, or do I have that backwards? Is that how it goes? I don't know.
Who knows what their goal is, But
they've got like their trifold going on.
Yeah.
And it really does appear that America is, I always thought, the joke is if they say, whatever they say it is, if it's America, the land of the free, then you're America, the land of the controlled. That's really the joke. That's what I've seen.
Yeah. Inverted everything.
Yeah.
Inverted everything. Everything. I don't know if you guys have ever crossed paths with this gentleman, but he writes music, and I'm trying to think of his name, Alex Michael. And he had written some music about flat earth songs and whatnot. I was listening to Crow. I don't know if you guys are familiar with his channel, but a few years ago we crossed paths.
Yeah.
That's right. Anyway, and so we had crossed paths, and so I had made some connections through that group and whatnot, and we had explored some different topics and angles. And man, this is not why are we not talking about this? And our sky and and the correlation, because something's obviously going on that the people who run this place are watching the sky so close, and we are all ding dongs. And this is something in a newspaper to tell us what numbers to choose on Tuesday. What?
Yeah, exactly. These questions are so.
Joke to us?
Yeah.
But it's not a joke. This is in these stones that we're looking at. I know you guys have seen them. These remnants are incredible. Yeah. I mean, they are placed just so. They are lined up with celestial, formations above the sky. We don't have that technology. What are we doing? How'd they do that?
Right.
The fact they're showing us, we're looking at these cities, and we know they don't make any sense. You can't have, I'm from New York, you can't have New York City full of horse poo-poo. Good luck. Okay, I have a hard time getting rid of poo-poo on my own farm. So, which I run now. So how in the world would that make sense? Like my grandpa, he ran a farm and he had a manure belt. So when those cows pooed when they're in their stall, it shimmies it right on down, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in New York City. Where's that poo going?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense at all. At all.
Yeah.
And if people just start thinking about it, when did we get electricity? When did this come in? And people are like, no, we had radiators. And I said, stop. You're telling me in 1830 they were living in high rises in New York and they were just getting the fire going. That's what they were doing. They had the radiator keeping them heat. Is that what you think?
Yeah, their narratives are always ridiculous, and people, the reason they're like that is because that's their comfort zone, and people won't step out of it. They get too comfortable and they don't want to ask questions because they're too afraid. And, we break it all down here in the university. We go through all of that through meltology, because when you get down to every narrative, every deception, it's a smoke screen to cover up this message of meltology.
I agree.
This is the storm coming. When people wake up to this changes everything.
You no longer think you're spinning on a ball when you know that the place was built on buildings.
This is it. This is the trump card, the real trump card, not the constructed character card, the real one.
Right.
And I agree with you. All. Think about how ignorant that they are making these poor, this next generation of children. Look what they've done to you and I. I don't know, in my generation, holy moly, we grew up on all these pharma drugs. I know I did, right? We didn't have time to be sick. We had to hard work. Here's some Tylenol. Take a pill. Here's an Advil, a Motrin. Get going. Take a shot. Get moving. We got to go. And then we grew up on GMOs and crap and sugar. We're horrible to ourselves. Horrible. And we were taught to have a party in the 80s, right? Cyndi Lauper, girls just want to have fun.
Exactly.
But we were not talking about who are we, moral decisions, creating empathy with each other. What is kindness? What is compassion? What is understanding? Who are we? Nope. I watched Michael J. Fox, Back to the Future. That was what I was good at.
Yeah, exactly. That's it right there. They get you into the bread and circus, the shows, the movies, the glitz, the glamour, to keep you distracted and comfortable. And that's why people turn on to it. And that's why we have a lot of big brains here in the chat. And speaking of the chat, you got a lot of help coming your way, darling. We got Facebook user Steffi Davis, Dervo C, Alchemos.
Oh my God, Steffi Davis! Oh,
yes,
I know Steffi Davis. That's wonderful.
Oh,
good.
Steffi, big love.
Good energy right there. I can't see anything. I can only see my face. I get kind of embarrassed there. But,
no, that's the way this is set up. You won't see anything when you're up like that. But
okay. Look. This beautiful circle that we have going on, I don't believe in coincidence anymore or accident. I have been mocked and ridiculed and left and right on a myriad of topics because I refuse to comply, as it's been put. You refuse to comply. Well, why should anyone comply? I don't understand that. We should all be living with dignity and respect, and mocking people's not dignified or respectful, right? And so I have to walk away from that group that thinks it's better to scoff at those that question the narrative of demonstrable liars. It's over. Like I can't do it anymore. All right, I know this is off topic, but I'm just gonna throw it out because I want you guys to know about this if you don't. My dad gave me a book when I was a little girl, and it was Jonathan Livingston Seagull by Richard Bach. And
Yes.
I don't know. Oh, do you know it? Do you know it?
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
so I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I brought the book home. I was really excited, and my family told me I wasn't allowed to read it because it was demonic. Okay. So anyway, they took the book away from me, and I go back to my dad, and he doesn't say a word except when I go to leave for the next weekend to go home. There's a new copy of Jonathan Livingston Seagull in the bag, right? So I love my dad. That's the archaeologist. That's the one. Very funny. So anyway, I revisit this book not too long ago, like probably about 3 months ago, you guys. I don't know if anyone has reread that book since becoming aware that they were Truman, that all is presented is not, as it seems.
Right.
It's worth your time. It's a very quick read. If you spend time staring at the seagull photos inside, it might take you an hour and a half. I mean, it's really short read, but the message inside is so profound. And what it comes down to is that in all truthfulness, all seagulls are not the same. And
Right.
that maybe there are seagulls out there that think there's more to life than just fighting over food. And that
Yes.
those who want to practice something else, like flying faster or being more elegant or being able to fly deeper to get food for themselves instead of fighting at it with others, maybe it's okay they got sent to the cliffs by themselves. Maybe that was a gift.
Right.
So the seagulls are collecting out there. That's what I'm finding. It's really
Yeah.
nice.
Nice. Brilliantly put out there. Wow. Your energy is fabulous. You're wonderful.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
And I knew that right away. That's why I knew I got to try to get her in here. Speaking of that, Dean, did you tell her about Ladies' Night?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, James. I did a stream a few months ago, and it is Ladies' Night, and we bring in all the ladies in the nest. We've got, we're all an asset to each other, and our ladies are just on fire with the evidence. Oh my gosh, off the top of my head, well, we got to start with Jan Truth Seeker 69. We got to go to Young Love 4020. We got to go to Dervo C. We got to go to Steffi Davis. We got to go to Deborah Simpson, Crystal Frisbee. How many more out there? We got Patty Goslin that just came in not too long ago. Oh my gosh, I can just go on, but Ladies' Night is coming up next week.
This is great. That's really exciting. Thank you so much for the tip
And of
off
course,
on that. That sounds
you
real
are
fun.
invited.
Yes, you will be getting the link, and it's about what we're doing right now. Meet and greet. You came in, we see you, you see us, and hold on. We see you, you see us, and this is what it's about. It's about knowing each other and bringing it forth. So that's what we're doing next week. I'm setting it up, and of course, you'll be getting the link as well as all the other ladies out there, and we're going to be doing it again, and it's going to be fabulous. And this is an evidence-based forum. If you want to bring in evidence and show, we can do that. If not, you don't have to. There's no pressure here at all, none. This is a relaxed nest, and we're comfortable, and that's how we're so strong. So. But anyway, I threw that out there. Hey, James.
Yes.
Do you got any more you want to say to I Can Sketch You? What I was going with is if you don't have any evidence and she doesn't have any, I've got a few more to click through if you would like to sit with us and enjoy some evidence.
I would love that. Thank you so much for the invite, guys. It was very nice to meet you and get to interact. I'm honored. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're just gonna chill for a second, and the chat is on fire, lit up, and just sit back and relax and enjoy the show, enjoy the stream, and I'm gonna dive back into some more evidence and click through, and then we'll come back.
And if you have anything to say, just say it.
Yeah, if you want me to go back, if you just throw it out there, okay, hon?
All right, thank you, guys.
Yes.
Here we go.
Steffi Davis says, we do have such an amazing family. Meltology fills my soul, but it's y'all that take it that way.
Oh, sweet.
All right. Let me know how I'm looking, James.
You're not in yet. Okay, I see you at the bottom, but you're not in yet.
Still not?
I don't see you on this. Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm starting to. Okay.
Infinity up?
It was just no, actually, no, it wasn't up there. Let me check on my phone
There's
too.
Fervent Heat.
Phone's right here. Okay, you got okay, you getting there because you got the white screen now. Or the blank screen.
Yeah. And I'm going to drag down here and pick a spot.
I got my evidence ready to go through too, so
okay.
If you have time, I'll go through it, but it's no big deal. I can save it for tomorrow.
I'm just going to drag down here and just start clicking, crew.
Yeah, you got the small ones on there now, so you're coming through fine.
Okay. Before I started, I said two phrases: piezoelectricity and etheric atmosphere energy. Okay. We're being charged for something that's abundantly free. We got somebody else coming in, James. Who we got?
Let me see. Crystal pyramids.
What? Oh my gosh. Hold on a minute.
I just brought her. Well, she should be in.
Hold on a minute.
Crystal?
Hey, here?
How you doing, Crystal?
Hey guys, am I?
Crystal, hello.
Hello, am I here? Hey,
Hold on a minute.
Here.
Heat, how are you guys doing?
Doing
I've
good.
been
Doing just
watching
great,
for a while.
thank you.
I'm glad to join. Hey.
Well, thank you for coming in, and you're on with Fervent Heat, Meltology's finest, and I Can Sketch You is in the nest with us.
Hello, Crystal.
Hey, you've been commenting a lot on my stuff. It's nice to see you live.
It is so fun. I love your boots on the ground footage, and it's really exciting to be able to hook up like this and be able to connect paths. So very exciting to meet you.
Yeah, very exciting to meet you. Sorry, I kind of vanished there for a while. I'm actually sitting in my shower having an existential crisis. So,
oh honey, I'm sorry.
no,
I'm
it's
sorry.
okay. But hey, Fervent Heat, sorry I haven't been too responsive lately, but I'm still out here.
I know, darling. I know. No apologies necessary. We all have lives we live and things we deal with, and we're just blessed with you in here tonight with I Can Sketch You and James and I, and this is brilliant. This is what we need to be doing, crew, right here.
Connecting, links together, spreading Meltology, spreading the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
And
so
just, talking with like-minded people, just chilling, having a good time.
Yeah,
that's what we do here.
Yeah. But
I have like
you've
a
been
really
putting some
honest...
great stuff out, Crystal. Nice stuff lately. Like always, you always do. But I've seen that new stuff, and you've been putting out the fire like always.
But yeah, can I just have like a really honest moment with you guys? Just is that okay?
Well, of course, Crystal. That's why we're here.
So, anyway, I'll be brief, but I've got a lot going on personally, and I've kind of gotten distracted from the streams and everything. And I had a bit of a wake-up call tonight that this should be my priority. Connecting like-minded people should be my priority. and not getting lost in the funk, trying to connect with people that you're never going to connect with ever. There is zero possibility. And I tend to allow myself to get into that, to get drained by that. And I lose track of myself. And so tonight, you know, seeing you guys streaming, it's like, you know, why am I so depressed? You know, there are other people out there like me that see this stuff that I can talk to. You know, why am I focusing on the people that I can't connect with? And so, yeah, I don't know if anyone else is dealing with that in their lives, but, anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. So
it's funny that you say that, because the last few streams, I've expressed it and others expressed it. It's something that we all go through. Sometimes you know, some people take it a little different. It could be a loneliness. It could be, you know, you feel that people are pushing you away, and that you're feeling that you're maybe pushing them away because because we see things different now. And once we see it, you can't unsee it. And it's hard to go. It's hard to go back. And this is why this is important, because it brings us together as a family, because we do go through those same things. And I've gotten to the points in my life where this, you know, it feels depressing, because people around you are, you know, it's like, wow, you know, these people that you love and care for, you're trying to help them, and at the same time, they think you're trying to help you, but they don't understand. You know, the same curriculum, the same thing that they're talking about, because you were taught the same thing. It's that now you are seeing things different, and that's the part they don't get. They want to take you back. It's like, I know all this. I know this stuff. I'm beyond that.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand this. You understand that, but you don't understand. There's more to it. You've been, like Fervant said earlier, hoodwinked, bamboozled, or maybe that was Spartan earlier that said that. And we were all that way, but some of us have now awakened. So yeah, you know, I look at this place, and I've made it very clear all the time. I like coming on here because it gives me a place where I feel like I'm with family, because I have like-minded people. My mother lives around the corner. You know, my brothers and sisters are right here on Facebook. I have one sister that is awake. The other ones, you know, you're wasting your time talking to them. It's an argument. They think you're crazy. So it's you don't have no one to talk to. So that's the great place about here, and other places like this, where we have a place that we can call home and family, and we can come here and leave all that BS behind and come here and just, you know, have a great time. So yeah, sorry that you are going through things, but yes, we all go through them. And sometimes now, I didn't go through it for this, because I already went through it for Flat Earth. So I was already like, fuck them.
Oh,
you know,
that makes sense.
So I
that
knew
makes
the ones
sense.
that were already on my list that weren't worth even letting them know. So I put stuff on my Facebook, but I don't title it. They know about Flat Earth and stuff, but I put a lot of stuff on Meltology, but I don't tell them what it is. Right. I just put the pictures up there. You know, because I don't have time for it. They're not worth it for me. Right. You know? They couldn't get to the Flat Earth, and then I just can't exert myself. I'm sorry that there's people out there that are willing to that want to know this stuff, that want to wake up, and there's other people, no matter how much you shake them, they're not going to wake up.
Well, like Derv says, you can't save everyone, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard when they're your own family. That's the hardest. And
but see, they see you the same way. They think that you're going nuts, and they want to save you. That's the thing.
I know. They think that you actually need help, and like serious help. Like, you believe the Earth is flat? How can you possibly believe that? Well, just open your eyes. There's a plethora of evidence if you're just open to it. And I saw just an interesting meme about Flat Earth a few nights ago, that anybody that's actually researched it has never gone back.
Yeah.
And but yeah, anyway, so good to be here and head out of my
likewise.
So we need a meme for that. Is that what you're saying, Crystal? Because anybody who researches this Meltology of that can't go back either? I think what you're saying is true. I'm
Yeah.
going to make a note. Meltology mean. That's
Yeah.
what we need. Totally. Because you can't.
Brilliant.
Well, you can't. You
I-
can't research flat Earth and then come back and be like it's round. That doesn't work. Right? It's impossible.
No, that's a total sellout there.
Yeah, you can't research the pharma ingredients and then pretend that that's going to be good for you either. You can only go so far before you are forced to change your actions. And I just had an interesting discussion because we were talking about this too. All right, like what's going on? Because what you just said about you try to tell other people we went to the same schools, they're regurgitating the same garbage that we were already, spoon-fed in school and gagged with. We already know that. But that's their argument if we try to break out and question it. So what is it? Because there's something going on that only certain people realize they're Truman. What's going on? And so one of the questions that I proposed, and I got some amazing feedback on it, was when you were little, did any one of your elders, I didn't say a peer, did any one of your elders ever refer to you as an old soul?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Did you? I don't know if anybody ever caught that thing. It was all the way down the wall. It was like, yes, 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 that's me, that's me, that's me, that's yes, yes. And I went, well, did we just discover something? Because what's going on? Because you're right, we went to same schools, we're hanging with the same crew, we're in the same environments, we're seeing the same things, and yet our view is so drastically different looking behind the curtain, and they are fine with the projection screen on top of the curtain with not an ounce of curiosity what's behind it. Nothing.
None.
Why not?
Yeah.
What's that about?
So Fervent Heat and we spoke about this a few weeks ago, and it's almost as though, there's the whole NPC idea, that these people aren't actually people, but I'm not sure if that's going on. The truth is I don't know what's going on. The best I can do is speculate. But what I wonder is if there is some sort of actual genetic difference between us and between the people that happily live in the Matrix. And when you get back to like the incubator baby stuff, and anyway, again, this is pure speculation, but I wonder if we are just genetically different. I think there's a soulful component to this, but I think that it also has to do with a difference in our biological makeup. What that is, I don't know, but I suspect it could be part of it.
Oh, I think you're absolutely onto something there. Do you guys remember? We don't do it now, but our parents may have, but I know the grandparents did. They had to get a blood test before they got married. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore at all.
No.
So did they already find out who to paralyze, who to eliminate? Because looking at the school programs in my view, it blew my mind. I couldn't believe it.
I had to get a blood test when I got married.
You did?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
And may I ask what year that was?
Let's see, that was 91 or 92.
Holy smokes.
Right.
I'm blown away. I didn't know that. I thought that practice was stopped in the early 70s. You just blew me away.
Well, I got married in 85, and I don't remember having to take a blood test. And I was on the West Coast.
To Vegas, so we didn't have to do it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Speaking of blood tests, I hope I'm not interrupting your train of thought there, but how many people here are ex-military? I know you are, Fervant Heat. Who else is ex-military? Anybody here?
What branch, darling?
Army.
I was Air.
So
you
we
were
got
Army.
Yeah, Special Forces.
That's freaking cool.
No, it wasn't. I'm just talking about the similarity. Not that it's cool. I'm just talking about, I know that that's selected generationally too. My grandfather, my father, and my family, just the way this goes down, they want those offspring of those children. That's what they do. I've seen that happen as well. Talk about bloodlines. I'm just adding that in there.
Right.
It takes they scoop up the ones who have already proven to be able to be adaptable, right? And to be controlled. They like those. Yeah.
I just can't help but wonder what we've been injected with. All of us that have been in the military, because my shot record is vanished. I have no proof of any of the injections that I received while in the service. And
you wouldn't know anyway. You put bleach in there, you'd never know, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Nobody's accountable. Even if they did, they kill you. Nobody's accountable.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. And you know, Crystal, you bring up such a great point. When I was studying and looking into this thing, I got literally ripped out of my comfort seat. My little one got hurt by pharma products when he was a toddler. And I didn't even want to, you know, nobody wants to face that, but as life goes, I guess that's the path it was. So I went into this, you know, holy smokes, there's a eugenics program going on. It's called Get Your Child Preventative Good Health Medicine. And those that cry foul against this, draconian approach to controlling the populace, they are desecrated post haste, right? Character assassinated, erased offline, and let alone the family ridicule. I mean, talk about flat Earth mockery. Go ahead and stand up against Big Pharma. Good luck, right? You're done. And so if you want to throw on a meltology angle, now you just reach level of wacko that they literally feel sorry for you for. By design is where I'm at.
I know.
So, Crystal, I know that if you've been in the military, you know all about compartmentalization, about how they lie, they justify the ends, the means, the whole joke, the gambit, the propaganda, you get the show.
Yeah.
Honey, what they have done to us and our soldiers is so beyond the pale. This is where I'm at this. And if it's way off topic, I'll just wrap it up. I agree with you. There's a genetic change. I agree with you that they are literally trying to create such a diversion between them, so to speak, that run the show and the rest of us that would line up and eat Taco Bell, that it would literally cause a revolt that would be unquellable. I think that's where I'm at. That if really that was true, people realized what was happening to them, the world would never be the same.
Right.
They couldn't handle it, right?
Well, that's it. Their perception would be changed of the deception that they've been living in. And you're right. It would spark some bad things. But no, these topics, you know, we touch on, and, you know, they're most important because, like you said, darling, your little one was affected by some pharma stuff. And, you know, that's why we bring the truth forward. And, you know, they got brigades of lawyers. They own the court systems. How are you going to battle that? You can't battle that. Well, you know what they don't own? They don't own this melted realm.
No.
They may have took it over to control it, but this melted reality is the truth that needs to be forefront.
Mm-hmm. And this is where I think these discussions, in my personal view, for me, are so literally grounding, because they're actually a real subject to discuss and not a made up problem that they created that they already had the solution for. You know, problem, reaction, solution. That's a real thing. That's not a joke. It's not a meme on Facebook that people make fun of. That's really what they do. So
it's brilliant.
Hegelian dialect.
But
Hegelian dialect. Yeah, that's that. And through deception, they shall win. And they have, but their version of winning might be different than ours. And I no longer see their version of winning as a valid object, you know, to shoot for. That doesn't make any sense, right? To dominate, control, lie, and deceive and steal from people. I don't really get it.
And watch others suffer.
Yeah.
Well, they get something out of it. That's what I mean. There's something different, because I don't understand this. I see somebody suffering. I'm going to run over there. What can I do to help you?
Exactly.
They see someone suffering. They say, how can I kick you in the behind? And it's your own damn fault. And they get their camera out and say, look at this putz. See, there's a difference.
Yes. Exactly.
I'm never going to be them. And I get it. They're never going to be me. They don't understand that I would never get a camera out. And I can never understand how they could possibly.
Hey, we live in a country where you can go to jail for helping those in need. You go to jail for feeding the homeless and giving them money and giving away your own money. You got to be taxed to give away your own money, or you go to jail. And
True.
they don't want that. They don't want you to helping others.
No, I got in trouble for feeding feral cats one time in Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah. But sorry to jump in, but about before we get completely off the topic of pharmaceuticals and vaccines and the military, if I might just briefly add something.
Of course.
Part of why I've been just completely outside of myself the past few weeks is, my entire life I've encouraged my son to join the military. And up until the past 2 years. And he's 17 going on 18, and he's at the point where he's really serious about doing it. And now I've done a complete 180 because the CVAX is required. And so I'm in a really strange place because on the one hand, I'm so proud of him for, wanting to do something with his life and taking hold of the reins and going in a definitive direction. That military benefits I had put me through college and anyway, long story short, now I've done a 180 and but my son is like super serious about doing it. He's taken the ASVAB. He's been talking to recruiters. He already has a list of jobs that he's interested in, places he wants to be stationed. And I don't know how to stop this train because it took me years to get it started. And he is not at all concerned about the CVAX. And it's beginning to cause friction between him and I because, I don't want him to join now because of the CVAX. And he just thinks I'm really way too worried about it. But I see this whole reality that he's living in a way that he can't even begin to comprehend. And, it's not going to be long until he graduates. And I just feel like this impending sense of doom. And it's like, I don't know what to do. And it's
Crystal,
really overwhelming.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
I just feel like I'm watching him walk into an ambush. And it's like I don't know what to do to stop him because at the same rate, it's his journey. He's his own person. This is his life to live. So it's kind of like where do my duties and responsibilities begin and end as a mother? And I'm really confused on this. And I just want to shake some sense into him, but I can't.
Right.
Because he believes that he's indoctrinated. He's completely and utterly indoctrinated and has no idea. I'm just another batshit crazy conspiracy theorist in his mind.
Yeah.
So anyway,
By design, honey. By
So,
design.
Crystal, there's so much love here. I don't know if you can see the chats, but you got so much love. One love to you from Melanie, from Bell Down Under, from OC. So many coming in. Steffi, of course, Steffi Davis. So we are each other's support group. We can't be like this with everybody else. We know this. We just broke that down. And unfortunately, it's with the most. It's with the ones that mean the most to us, our own flesh and blood, our families. And to see and to be going through this. I have my battles too, and James does too, and everybody out there in the chat, I know you do, wherever you are. We're dealing with this government, you're dealing with yours, and they're all in the same club, and we know this. And that's why we stay strong, we fly high, we fly straight, we fly together. And,
you just brought up a great point. Can we explore that for just a second? Because it's really important, I think, on the point of the military.
Sure, touch base, sweetheart. What you got?
Well, you just said it. The leaders of this world, they're working together. They have a treaty that they signed in 1948. It was for the Antarctic Treaty, where you have, over 50 countries that signed together not to break this treaty to go to the Antarctica and give up the truth about what's going on with this ice wall. Now, we don't have another treaty in our history that hasn't been broken. Therefore, that means by default, that they literally are honoring and respecting each other. They are not at war. What are we doing going to join a military to go kill their civilians that are not at war if these leaders are all working together on the same page? This exploration of these topics, to me, changes everything. There is no longer a military discussion once we realize that there is no country, there is no leader, there is no patriotism. This is all nonsense. It's a construct. We obviously had a one world society at one point, or maybe many times over, just based on the evidence that we're seeing. We've seen villages. We know there were villages in Turkey that we know now are just melted rocks, right? The same remnants are sitting over here in North America, in Mexico. We're not fighting anybody. They're getting us to kill each other. They're getting us to bread and circus, but this is the violent bread and circus, right? Yeah. Put on a costume, be something you're not. Why be you when you can be something new, right? Let's, I mean, even down to your son, if your son was even getting a tetanus vaccine, which they will give him as well. I mean, nobody even talks about this. What if he got antiphospholipid syndrome, which is a very real, significant thing, which causes heart attacks? Nobody's talking about that. Why not? Because they're talking about some other shenanigans with some constructed character with a big booty and another one with a small booty, fighting each other, wearing ribbons and throwing gang signs. It's all ridiculous. So
it's sickening. It's sickening.
Well, it is. And so once you get our youth to buy the patriotism route, and they're unable to see the actors, which is where my angle came in, that these are not real people. These are actors playing the roles of politicians, pharmaceuticals, doctors, lawyers. They're not. They're just actors. They put in a costume. You and I can do it too. We can put on a hat. I'll give you a piece of paper that says you're something. I'll validate you. Nobody needs to know your credentials. You can just say it. I'm credentialed and I'm this. And technically you would be. We can all pretend to do whatever. So once we rake up that we're Truman, how do we get on a uniform, allow them to inject us literally with a living, genetically modified organism? I don't know if you guys know about that, but that's verified. It's not even conjecture. That Hydra vigaris is in there. They know it's programmable because they programmed it. They know what it's doing. They know what it's made of. They know how they did it. And so for us to accept the invasion of the body snatchers for a paycheck is to literally to prostitute ourselves. But if we don't understand what self-respect, dignity is, where we live, what we're doing here, that this is all shenanigans, aren't we going to sell ourselves out? I mean, we all did to a certain degree, right? Not knowing.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
With your little one, this isn't his fault. He's not even making his own choice. He's literally been bombarded since he could see with this, right?
Yeah. Yeah. As we all were, you know. Right.
It's not even you. We're still how many hours you get a day versus the government.
I mean, I'm sorry to jump in here, but I mean, I understand why he's making the decision. You know, he's figures this is a really good way for him to succeed in the world and to have the things that he needs in order to, you know, basic survival needs, you know, shelter, health insurance, you know, all these things. I get it. But my heart just breaks because now I know something I didn't, you know, 5 years ago when I was encouraging him to live. And that the entire freaking world, it's fake. I don't even know what this place is. We have a fake history, fake governments. And oh man.
Yeah.
It's hard, Crystal, especially at his age.
Hey James, I'm going to jump out a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. I have a young daughter who's 1, and I will be able to teach her the right way. Now my other kids are much older. I can, their mind's already set. But the little one, I can mold her with the truth. Now we don't we don't intentionally lie to our kids. Our parents didn't intentionally lie to us. And these schools aren't intentionally lying to us. But the leaders lie to us, and they're the ones that are perpetuating the lie and hoping that we that we teach it to our kids. And fortunately, or luckily, I should say, for us, we have awakened. So the next generation that we teach you won't follow in your son's footsteps, or even have a thought of following in that footsteps, in those footsteps, based off of the reality of what's really going on, with these fake wars and lives being lost, men, women, children, babies, over people who are sitting over, at the with that treaty, sitting back laughing. So yeah, and hopefully you can get through to your son. My son got the vaccine. I didn't want him to get it, and he got it with no problem.
Good.
He wanted to not have to wear his mask at work, and then the next thing you know, they got him. You know how that went. The next month, everyone who got the vaccine still got to wear the mask. So, so my older daughter, she hasn't gotten it, and my other daughter hasn't, that I know of. So
yeah,
but they, it's horrible. And you would think by now there's enough out that they try to hide everything, but he could do a little bit of research and see what it's really about.
Yeah.
But like a lot of people, they don't want to see. They don't want to see it. They even if they saw it, they think it's rubbish.
That they don't want to acknowledge it.
Yes.
No, our own government paid Diego. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that website or not. It's a government website that takes statistical data from around the world and predicts things such as future population, either increase or decrease. And they were actually paid to do a study, and they released the data, I believe it was in 2017. And their data showed that by 2025, 2/3 of the population would be dead in America and gone. And when I contacted them for the Freedom of Information Act, where you can write them and request what was that based on, and I wanted to know, what are they doing? What are they talking about? What happened? What was their explanation? And they gave me 3. And the first one they said was that the population was upside down, that we're going to see more people die than we were going to see born, which ding, ding, ding should tell people we got a problem with reproduction, but that's not what they said. They just said we have more people dying than young. Second, that they were going to have a mass exodus from the United States. This is what they said. They did not say why. This is their Freedom of Information Act, but they told me they expected a mass exodus from the United States. And number 3, for the for the third reason for this massive loss in population was suicide. And we found out, and it's not conjecture either, and anybody can go look this up themselves, there is an enzyme that is found inside the PCR test that if you are exposed to it, even through inhalation to a very small amount, it can make you kill yourself. Want to kill yourself, have idolations of death, fantasies of killing yourself. This is not my conjecture at all. It's well documented. And there's no reason for this to be inside the test. Now, the vaccines alone, I mean, they've got graphite oxide in them. They obviously have genetically modified living organisms. I mean, that was in the Pfizer document that they admitted. I don't know if you guys read that or not. It was in their 9-page.
Yeah, they got all documents. They got all kinds of literature.
Yeah.
They can say and do whatever they want.
They can do whatever
we
they
can.
want. No,
Yeah,
I read it.
Smoking gun. Yeah, they'll just blow on it and shoot you with it.
Yeah, you're right, and it's so beyond. I read one of the side effects, and it was an adverse reaction that had been documented, and this was by over 300 men. And I don't know what man was warned that his business might explode if he gets this vaccine, but that's what happened over 300 men. And I literally don't even know what to say about that. Number one, your business doesn't work anymore and your batteries explode. Oh my God, where was that warning, right? In the doctor's office. Nobody was talking about that. We're done. And then I read another side effect that the men were complaining that I didn't say this. This is in the literature and you can read it yourself. It said that their testes took on a raisin-like appearance and no longer would allow them to have relations anymore. What do you think about that, men? You want to do that? That's not
well,
good.
I see a lot of them walking around in skinny jeans.
No. So maybe we want to talk to our sons about, let's protect our bodies, boys. Let's not do that.
This this is the point, and they've gone after masculinity and femininity for a while now,
Totally.
and and it's at a new pinnacle now, really, and it's obvious what they're doing. It's obvious what their agenda is, and it's obvious that we're onto it, and
Right.
that's
And meaning not as a whole society. We as what I realize, a very small little pocket of survival, maybe of those that want to avoid this trap. I'm serious. Like, you guys come on. Crystal was just talking about it. She's talking about her sons, his peers, her other family members. She's feeling ostracized and isolated. What percentage is that out of her family? Is she at 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10 that refuse to even acknowledge what she's talking about? That's pretty high.
Right.
I think that's pretty average in our society too. 80 to 90% of the people that we're talking to, they have no interest in exploring subjects that will enhance their life. They don't.
Literally, the only one in my sphere. My parents are vaccinated. My son's going to do it. My spouse is, and my spouse is boosted at this point. And it's like, it's crazy.
Honey, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. See, I am so sorry. What's that?
It's but
I'm
sorry, I'm not trying to make this personal about me necessarily, but I know that there are a lot of other people in this situation where, I mean, they are the only one in their family or their peer group or whatever that is seeing beyond what's happening, that the narrative that we're being given right now. And
Crystal, you're right. And that's just the way it is. And even Deagle, their government agency, admits that there's a very, very small pocket of survival that's going to be able to get through this. And I don't know if you guys follow this type of thing. Because my son got hurt, I can't undo the knowledge that I know. I can't erase that. And some of the key players that were playing in this, this game that I had volleyed back with so far back, they're still in the game now, just have new roles, new acting gigs, new pitches, new propaganda. So when I hear these pitches and whatnot, it was the same malarkey they had pitched for, the bird flu, the same malarkey they had pitched for the measles vaccine, the same malarkey over and over and over again, because it works. And so if we can recognize the pattern, maybe that helps others wake up. I don't know. Like I told you, I'm not really sure exactly. I'm trying to figure out what's going on that some of us, a very small bit, can understand that we're Truman, that we're not real. This is bull. This is not, that we want to exit stage right. Okay, so we're all, as I see it, reference back to that Jonathan Livingston Seagull book, we're all the seagulls that got cast out of the cliff. The others are all fighting over food, beating each other up. Who got the biggest piece? Who's got the fattest gut? Who blah, 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 indulgence. And we're over here trying to make better versions of ourselves and understand what is going on. Because we still have value. We're not fighting over food, but we still have some value. What is it, right? And so maybe that's just the way it is. Maybe we are not supposed to be able to drag the rest of the seagulls with us. I don't know. It's very hurtful.
As Spartan says all the time, it's the human condition. And that condition is very vast in many ways. In every individual, we all have our idiosyncrasies, if you will, and some are more influential than others. It's an interesting road for sure, and a deep topic, and a very important and foremost topic. It's about survival. It is. It's about our babies, and humanity. And that's why we're fortunate that we have each other, and we come together like this. And this right here, ladies. This is very good. This is kind of a first for me as far as people grabbing the chat and coming in and breaking down what we just broke down. I can get going on this. In fact, I can get going too far on this, if you will. And
what if all of us thought that? We better be quiet. We better reel it in.
Well, you know what we do? We take it in and we harness it and we turn it around and we put it back into our evidence. We put it back into our message. We put it back into coming here every fucking night and breaking down Meltology. We put it back by giving the love that we just all experienced right here.
Now, Crystal, does your little one know that you are in this circle? I mean, does he know about this social circle that you're walking in now? What does he think about that?
In regard to Meltology, I think he's trying to open his mind, but I don't think it's going to click for him. And I don't mean to say that in a disrespectful way. I mean no disrespect to my son. But he's
I don't think it is at all. It's just mom talk.
He's just I don't know. He thinks it's kind of silly, like, oh, there goes mom with her conspiracies again. And so yeah, he's aware of the social spirit I'm in. But I mentioned flat Earth to him one time, and as soon as I said that, I think that everything else that I'm into, kind of went into that same category,
right.
And that's really sad because a lot of people do that. As soon as you mention flat Earth, oh, you're one of those people. And then everything else you say is, irrelevant at that point.
Right. And that's absolutely by design. I mean, these poor children have been inundated every day, all day, since they were babies with gobbledygook. And we literally, by default, we told the children that we are mentally daft. We did. And whether we admit that we did or not, it doesn't matter. We did. We told our child, we looked at him in the face and said, if you want to get smart, you got to go to school. We all told our children a version of this, meaning, if you stay with me, you're a dipshit. Meaning you're a dipshit. Well, you're so stupid. You went through the education system, but you're too dumb now to educate your own children. It's an oxymoron. It doesn't matter. But that's what we're programmed to repeat. That if you want to get smart, you got to go to school. And
that's the thing. Graduation is nothing more than an indoctrination ceremony. You just don't get indoctrinated into. And the thing is, parents also, are under the pressure. If you don't send them, then you're going to jail or you're going to get fined.
Yeah.
They got you both ways. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it is an attack on the.
Yeah.
Well, the system, it's brilliant. The way it's designed. I mean, in order to do pretty much anything, you have to have a high school diploma. And in order to get that high school diploma, you have to pass, years and years and years of read and regurgitate tests, and you can't survive without the degree. And in order to attain the degree, you have to prove that you are indoctrinated. And it's just the way the whole system is designed. I mean, it creates and sustains itself.
Yeah.
And,
all right, so here's the joke. Here's exactly. I have to share this point because it's so profound to what you're saying. The system is set up to where you either play the way they say or you don't play. That's it. And if you want the rest of our society, you're going to play and play in their.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm so excited. But yeah, I mean, it's about survival. I mean, you have to have money to survive in this world, right? In order to get money, all right, you need to, in most cases, have a job. To get a job, you need credentials, qualifications. And so to even be able to get money, you have to prove that you are indoctrinated. I don't know if I'm making sense, but it's
you are.
It's the way. Yeah,
it does make sense. What you're saying makes perfect sense. And then I have to step back and agree with you and say, look, you're right. They want us to know that if we want to survive, if we want jobs, if we want quality of life, they scared us that you have to do these things. What if we didn't have to do these things and we could still survive? What if instead of we got a job, we created our own job? What if we ran our own business? And we know that there's stock put in place and stuff, but it's that fear channeling to get us to comply. And I want you guys to know this, because unless you have small children, I don't think people are aware of what's going on today. When we were young, when I wrote the Cat Dog Cat Agency, another FOIA, And I wanted to know about the requirements for their jabs that they had in the 1960s. And they wrote me back and told me they had five jabs for the kid in the 60s. And then what happened is that our children in 1986 were required to get a whole slew of vaccines after the manufacturers were given a blanket immunity, which is where, Crystal, this comes with your son joining the military, like you and I had to comply. You know, when you go in, they go jab you up, right? Like that's the deal.
Yep.
And it's not so much that they're worried about you getting sick, but it's like the mask mandate. It's a sign of compliance with their authority, that you agree that you are under them, right? That you comply. And so I want to share with you guys this. My son, before I was aware of the eugenics culling pharma program, I had his scheduled, we'll just say jabs to avoid the word. I had his scheduled jabs done when he was an infant, right? And I didn't realize how many he's getting because my kids are a little bit older. He's my youngest one. So I go in, I go get his other ones in there. He almost kill him. Long story short, we're not getting any more, right? I show up for his school that I still at this point was on board with. This is years ago. And we say, well, we're not getting any more jabs to come in. They say, well, you're missing some. That's okay. We've had enough. We're just going to take an exemption and go from there. So they proceeded, to call us names. They had a big school board meeting that we were screwing up their federal funds because they were going to have 100% compliance, but for us, and now they're going to miss out and they're not going to get their federal grant. Okay, so they want us to comply or else they're not getting money. They called me all these names. They told me my son was endangering their public. This is during the measles, construct joke. They told me my son was going to be, have to be sit in a closet by him. He's 5 years old. He was going to have to sit in a closet by himself because he was going to spread the measles he didn't have. All this joke. Ready? So I'm sitting there at the Board of Education meetings and they're calling my son unvaccinated, telling me how selfish I am, that I need to learn how to care about others. And maybe, I should have thought about being a parent. I mean, it went bad. And so I say to them, you're calling my son unvaccinated. He's had 38 vaccines. None of you have had over 5. He's had 38 and you are mocking us, ostracizing us. The entire school board's calling us names, telling the other parents that my child is poisonous, that he's infectious, that he's going to contaminate them because he has a disease that he doesn't have because he didn't get injected with the disease that they did. I mean, the whole thing makes no sense. But I want you guys to understand that's how deep the construct is. 38 of those jabs and it didn't count because he didn't have 42. So now he's considered unjabbed, and now a literal assassination slaughter campaign went on me, my children, what we were, to be cut off from any invitees for birthdays, Christmas, no one's going to hang out with us anymore because we refused to comply and we screwed up the federal money because we said no more poison. So I don't know if you guys even realize how extreme it is. If you graduate from high school, you have to have 76 if you take the entire schedule. Do you guys know that?
I did not know.
76.
Number.
Okay, nobody alive has ever gotten them all because they add more every year. I don't know if you guys are aware of that or not. Nobody alive has ever gotten them all, ever.
Yeah.
Something
and now
I'd like to add.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
I'm
Krista,
sorry.
go ahead.
It's okay. Just kind of
Sorry,
to
honey.
add, while we're on the V topic, I came across an article a few months ago that I can't seem to find anymore, but about self-spreading vaccines, and it was going to be introduced into a certain animal population. And anyway, we're at the point where we can say no, we don't want the vax, okay? But is it going to get to the point, or is it already at the point, and we're just unaware of it, where even if we're not directly jabbed, being around people that are jabbed, or, who knows what they're spraying in the sky or what they're adding to public water supplies or our food or what our foods are being sprayed with. Although we say, no, we don't want to get jabbed, has technology gotten to the point with all this nano stuff going on where it doesn't matter if we don't want to be jabbed, we are going to be anyhow. And
I like your thinking. I like your thinking there. That's an interesting point.
And the same, like with the self-spreading vaccine stuff, I mean, who knows exactly what is in the CVAX? And sometimes I can't help but wonder if the mRNA stuff and the spike protein stuff, if it's part of this story, yes, but in a way a red herring, because there's a lot more going on with the vax than what is being made public. And so it's like,
Right.
these truths about the vax are being made public and people are in an uproar about it, like the spike protein, all of the issues that the spike protein itself is causing. But is that really the worst part of this injection? Are we being led to focus just on this? Is
Well,
what
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. Go ahead. I want to hear that.
I urge you both to. I know you're aware of Jen, Truth Seeker 69.
Yes.
She's been covering these issues as well as many others for a while, but in Jen's own way. And she's been attacked, knocked down, her chance taken in the middle of the night. All her work gone in the middle of the night. And she comes back. And she comes back. And she comes back. And she has come back. And you can check her out. And she, this right here is a topic that we can go on a lot on, of course. And that's why we have so many brothers, sisters out there in Jen's camp, in Shepu's camp, in Joachim's camp, in many other camps. And, we are each other's support group. We may be in different chants and stuff like that, but we're all on the same wavelength. Okay. And,
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah. And that's the thing about this truth community. Not only is it Meltology, it's about the melt in the mind and everything that we're dealing with, everything that they've created, and we just bring it every day and we break it down every day. And yeah, Crystal, go ahead with one more topic.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, darling. Please continue.
Oh, okay. Speaking of, okay, I just had a few random thoughts, so I'll try to make them cohesive. I believe that we are in a completely controlled small area. Okay, hold on. Sorry, my dog's screaming. Hold on a second. We are in a part of the realm where every aspect of our physical reality can be controlled. Our environment, the toxins. Okay, specifically the toxins we are exposed to. There is nothing you or I can do to stop the chemtrailing. There's nothing that we just by ourselves can do to stop the poisoning of the public water supply, the poisoning of our foods. And the question is, how do we get away from this physical environment? And I think that that's part of where this whole globe model comes from. Is I think that the world that we are taught is part of a much smaller world. And they wrap our little world around a globe model and say, that's everything there is. And these controllers, or whatever you want to call them, are introducing all of these toxins into our environment. And so if we really want to have control over the fate of our bodies, I think it's going to take a lot more than just refusing to be jabbed. We have got to get the hell out of this world. This globe model, these lands wrapped around a globe model. The question is, how do we get out of here? Because that's the only way we're going to have total control over the state of our physical bodies.
Well, that's why we're trying to understand where we are.
Exactly.
That's what I think. Yeah.
That's why they don't want us to know where we're at. And so I can't help but I really believe that there is a way to get out of here. And I don't know what it is. I can only speculate what the other part of this realm is that we can escape into.
Right.
But is that what it's going to take to be free of this? Is that what it's going to take to wake up the masses? Is to prove that, hey, yes, there are undiscovered lands. We have been living in a terrarium, fishbowl, experimentation, nightmare world. I don't know if I'm making any sense at all.
You are making sense. And I think that you're making a great point, because we can't prove that there's extra land outside of here, but we can sure prove that there was brick buildings that melted that our controllers are keeping silent on. And that to me is the beauty of this hard evidence. It's not speculation anymore.
Yeah.
It's not a theory. We don't have to pretend we're seeing melted buildings. It is a melted brick building, and we don't know how to do that now, and our controllers tell us it's not possible, and we're so ding dong dummy we don't even know that a brick conducts electricity, and my child's been playing it for 10 years on Minecraft.
Guys,
Well,
I'm
I'll tell
literally
you
like,
what.
what?
I'll tell you what.
Oh,
Go ahead, Crystal. Go ahead.
No, I did the coolest thing. I haven't, the package has been delivered, but I got to go pick it up. On eBay, I found an antique brick. Of course, that's what they say.
Out!
But it
Oh
was.
my God, I want to see it.
Okay, so check this out. It's from a Victorian era house that was demolished. That's the description.
Ooh!
But as we know, Victorian era, that's just a label for something probably much older. And so, yes, I have an old world brick waiting for me. I just need to go
wait.
Center.
Oh my God, go get it. Go get it, Crystal, because I want to see it. Now you keep my interest. I want to do it. I want to see what you get.
Let me do this for you. Since she's doing that, I'll do this. This one right here was given to me by Spartan Red.
Oh, let me see. Ooh. Oh, yes. Look at the burn. Oh, yes. Oh my gosh.
And this is out of a very special place around him. And he sent this to me, and it's yeah.
Yay! That is such a nice treasure. I love that.
Oh,
listen, go ahead. I just went and did a little. I just went and did a little hike on the mountains that we've got back by my place. And I went and picked out Deborah a beautiful crystal brick and sent that over to her. And it's got it's got a crystal stripe going through the middle. It is the most beautiful brick. So I hope she shares it with you, and you guys can compare stones.
Oh, you got it, Crystal?
Oh, no, it's Deborah. I sent it to Deborah.
Oh, to Deborah. Okay.
Yeah, Crystal needs to pick hers up from the post office. She just got it.
Okay.
So I want to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's transition here for a second. Speaking of red bricks, are you ladies ready to see some?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna break down some evidence. Okay, and we'll bump through, and y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'm just gonna click through the evidence, and I'm gonna zoom in and out where I see, and circle with my cursor just to let you see. And then we'll just move on to the next pick. But while I'm doing that, if you want me to bump or stop or check something out, do it. If you got any comments you want to do, we'll keep it on Meltology right now, though, okay? And James, of course, your eagle eyes are right there, aren't they, brother?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you ready, dude?
Oh, yeah.
We're flying with some heavy hitters here tonight.
Oh, yes.
Here we go. Come on now, give me it.
We need to go to Antarctica, all of us.
Wouldn't that be so fun? Can you imagine the tour guides? They would be afraid. They'd be like, yeah, we know who you are. We saw your Meltology post.
You're not
you're looking for icebergs. Totally.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. All right. James, just keep me up to date if I'm still here.
You're still here.
Okay. And that's why it's important you ladies talk amongst yourself. Read the chat if you want. Talk about that too. But it just lets me know that I'm still live with you, and I'm just going to do my thing right here.
You're good to go.
Two phrases: piezoelectricity and etheric energy. The energy in our so-called atmosphere.
Oh, what about sprites?
Oh,
Have any
do it
in there?
And I'm just going to bump down and pick a spot and go.
Okay, great.
Okay, all right. I gotta say something real quick. So you guys know about andirons in old world fireplaces?
Oh yeah.
I got
Yeah.
I bought some antique andirons. I'll have to share that in the group too.
Oh,
cool.
please do. Are you kidding me? Where'd you find those?
Locally actually. And
I can't believe it.
yeah, they're antique andirons. So I have an old
can't
brick
believe it.
and antique andirons. Yeah, maybe we could do some experiments with them.
Oh, I want to talk about that because those are the inserts that heat up, right?
That's what they say, but yeah, and who knows how many purposes they had and what all they actually did.
Well, that's what I think too, because it seems like there was various kinds that you could literally plug in to do anything. Turn on a light, I guess, contact a spirit, make heat, do all, I don't know. There's all kinds of these inventions we saw at these old world fairs. I've been studying those for a bit. And the things that they were teaching the patrons that paid to come in are beyond anything. I mean, this is literally like science fiction gobbledygook stuff that we would never think was serious.
No, I'm huge on the World's Fairs. The 1893 Chicago World's Fair is my thing, and yeah, no, I know what you're talking.
That's so fun. That's so fun.
Yeah.
Oh, what a group. Oh my gosh, this is great. See, and in Buffalo, they had a World Fair too up in New York. And that in itself is beyond anyone's comprehension. That is totally left out of all of our educational options to even explore. And I find that incredulous, just from an educator's perspective. If I was still on board with that type of structured, dictation to children, why was that totally eliminated? That makes no sense, but for it's on purpose to keep us stupid and uninformed, unintelligent, uncreative. We had electric cars. I mean, why do we have electric cars in the 1800s and we're acting like that's new now? They had electric sidewalks in the 1800s. We don't have them now. We have electric scooters for people that are too, heavy to walk around grocery stores. But it appears that we used to have sidewalks you could just stand on and walk down the marketplace and get what you needed. What? What? And we thought an electric scooter was a great big advancement. This is ridiculous. I mean, we see, talk about meltology because just from, an educational type standpoint, to be an educator, you probably should have something to teach, right? So in my own personal view, I wanted to know everything that I could know so that, if I want to teach my students something, I'm not sitting there with 2 sentences and out of material, right? Like I want to have something to give to them. So in studying art and paint and sculpture and different styles of intaglio prints, whatnot, and carvings and whatnot. I want to have a handle on how was it made? How did they do it? Because how can I tell a child that they did this if I don't understand how they did this, right? Okay, well, we're looking at these melted remains and I know that you've seen them too. What's up with the patterns that are on the stones? Look at this one that we're looking at now in front of us, this electrical pattern. Now, this type of thing's not even talked about. I know it wasn't in school with me, but beach sand coming up in this pattern. We're seeing stones, landscapes that are in this electrical pattern, right? Like a topographical map. Yeah. We're seeing this from the mountain ranges. This is coming out. They tell us it's due to erosion and all this kind of geology crap. Yeah, go ahead.
River systems follow this Lichtenberg pattern, this fractal pattern.
They do. And now that we see that rivers and we see that these creeks that all feed into the same are coming out of the remains of these buildings, my brain is just almost out of control because I'm looking at the direction that the water goes. Do you guys see this? One place they got a building and the water's going this way, and another place where we know it's a building now, the old remains are, the water's going the other way. What's going on? We don't know, but this might have something to do with this plasma energy that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh,
because how did those get formed like that?
No, and then the question of, why are the oceans as massive as they are? And,
and what's beneath them?
I'm sorry, and what?
and what's beneath them. And studying these stones, we're finding these melts go far underneath the water, and pockets of survival are being seen under the ocean. How?
Oh, I know. I think about that so much, and how in many areas where the sea floor actually appears to be like the top of melted structures. And then it makes you, well, it makes you wonder if river systems and tributaries and all of this are naturally occurring at all. And it appears that no, they aren't. Not one bit.
No, now look at this picture that he's got on here of this invention. Look at this torus of energy that they would call the corona. And that literally is the name, for those who aren't aware. The energy field coming off electrical devices is called the corona. Remember when they used to call it the coronavirus, then they changed it because maybe it was just too obvious. They had to change it to the military acronym, for their certificate vaccination identification instead. This appears to be what is making people more sick than not. This energy that he's got going on. And we're talking, we're studying these stones, but we, also know that the people who went along with these structures are missing. We don't know what they did. And quite frankly, if we had an event happen right now and this electricity that he's showing us right here and a pulse went through, we're not making our houses out of stone. We would be gone in a second. Our houses are out of plasterboard and cardboard, right? Yeah, we're doing everything digital. We don't have anything material to leave behind. They can erase us digitally in 2 seconds. How do we know that everything wasn't digital in the 1800s and they erased that?
Exactly.
And they're telling us that we're missing 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Easy. Yep.
They're with the NASA telemetry reels? I mean, is that where they are? They're all hiding out together?
No, we don't have the technology for those.
This makes me think of
even if we did have them, we don't have the machines to play them.
Yeah, that's right. We lost that technology. We're working on it. We're working on it. Just so silly. It really is. And listen, I think it's just amazing. Yeah, go ahead, Crystal.
Oh, yes. I was just wondering if you guys had spent any time looking at armor, old world armor that is far too.
Oh, yes, I have.
Yeah. Yeah. And so this was
what you observed.
I mean, this was a beautifully illuminated electrical realm at some point in time. And those suits of armor, I can't help but wonder what their actual purpose was. If maybe one purpose was, some sort of defense in electrical combat, or if it had to do with, interdimensional travel, something like that, or going through portals, maybe, especially when you look at like the temples in India, really mind-blowing just stuff in so many Indian temples. And I just can't help but wonder what the actual purpose of that armor was. But I don't think it's at all what we've been taught. And so going through these pictures of, plasma and arcing and all that, I just wanted to throw that in there.
No, I like that you did. There's so many interesting facets about researching armor. I was doing it from an artistic standpoint. They were telling us, of course, that the etchings that were on there, the symbols, and I studied those for a while. I mean, it's all just, nonsense to observe the fact that the suits weren't even wearable by humans. Something else was going on, I agree. Some kind of electrical thing was going on with, and they weren't meant for us to even wear, it appears. It really wasn't. I mean, they've got a few examples that we could strap on a few pieces like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, but the truth is they're not made for humans to wear. And that if they did get them on, they sure as heck couldn't move or go potty or actually like be in them. It doesn't make any sense. The eye holes don't line up, food holes, potty business, none of it makes any sense. It's all, and if it's in a cartoon, with Tom and Jerry, I mean, could it really be real? Do they make fun of real things? I mean, did they ever make fun of meltology before? No, I didn't see that. I don't think they make fun of real stuff. I think they make fun of the constructs that they get us to believe. So if they put that in movies, we know about them, these knight armor things. Look what we're looking at here. I mean, this is astounding. The size of these buildings. I don't know if you guys have gotten to walk through a building up close. Maybe most of you have. I just know there's a lot of small towns out there where people really actually have not been in a big city. and they do not appreciate, like if you've been by the Empire State Building, you're a different person after you walked away from there. You cannot believe how big it is. You cannot. You cannot. I could not. You look at it, you look at the cement, you realize we don't make cement like that. You don't know anything that looks like that in your whole life. It's so big and so massive as to be obtuse. And you just stare at it and go, what's going on here? And these are in all our movies, and everybody's thinking it's funny, and they make jokes about it. They sell us little tourist things about it. And it literally is an anomaly. It doesn't make any sense with the stories we're fed in school, and yet there it stands before us all as an icon in America, and no one understands what they're looking at. Look at this building that we're looking at here with these popped out rocks. I want to go back and look at the Empire State Building, and I want to go look at the structures now that go underneath it. Like, I want to go back underground and go relook. I want to go to the areas that have not been recovered up in our subways that still show the melts underneath there, because they do. They obviously do. We've seen melts all over the world. They're all over America, all over America. And no one's like, oh no, America just got discovered. Now, I think America might even be older. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I literally went out here to the Midwest in America, and I went to a tourist location, and it is called the Manitou Cliff Cave Dwellings. Anybody, I welcome you to go look those up. And what you will find is an admittance that they moved bricks from a location in southern Colorado on the New Mexico border up to this location. They said for tourism purposes, relocated the bricks up against the cliff dwellings, and then tourists come pay, look at them and whatnot. Well, we went back to go look at them, and what we found about, we could not find someone fast enough in the Meltology group to share. They covered up the Roman arches and the melted buildings that are so obviously there with gobbledygook stories of these pilgrimatic Indians that were so dumb. All they could do is build these stupid little huts and grind some grain. That's what they're good grain grinders.
No, it's just
guys.
No.
Mm-mm.
No, and if you start looking at go ahead. No, if you look at photographs,
Roman art? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Crystal. Sorry.
Well, along the lines of what you're talking about, if you look at photographs of some of the major cities in the U.S., like Chicago, San Francisco, New York, St. Louis, back in the 1800s, oh my gosh! I mean, it looked like something out of Europe, something out of Dresden, Germany, something out of Greece. And I took a trip to Chicago this time last year, actually, because of my interest in the World's Fair, just so I could go to Jackson Park, where the World's Fair was held. And the arts building, I'm sorry, the Museum of Science and Industry is one of the few buildings that remain from the World's Fair. And it took me, an hour just to walk around the perimeter of that building. And that's a topic for another conversation. I mean, it's a massive structure.
An hour.
Yeah,
an hour to walk around the building.
It's just an absolutely massive structure. And that structure was very small in comparison to many other structures that existed during the fair, like the transportation building, the manufacturing building. Those buildings were easily 10 times larger than the science and industry, which was the arts building. But yeah, I mean, I spent about a week there, and looking around and realizing I was walking through a truly ancient city that has been repurposed and has a completely false history. And yeah, it was life-changing, just like what you're talking about. Empire State Building, it changes you forever. And my trip to Chicago really cemented the fact that I will forever be in this rabbit hole now. And especially when you look at pictures of before the fire. In, what was it, 1871, I think, was the Great Chicago Fire. And if you look at photos of before that, I mean, how can anybody believe that new city that, you know, was built with, you know, the infrastructure available at the time, which was pretty much non-existent, and horses and carts and, you know, settlers living out west and building as they, it just doesn't, it makes no sense.
Okay, it makes no sense. I was just trying to catch up with this. They're massive. Did you see the pyramids that he just had on screen? And the size of those pyramids and how massive they are. There they are. Now look, our peers think that this is in Egypt and that Egypt must be really old. I've shared photos, and I'll get some more. I literally live around the corner from a pyramid here in America, and there's 3 of them. The closest one to me is called Cheops Pyramid, according to the U.S. Corps Army of Engineers. That's not my opinion. That's what they said. And it is huge. And when you guys see it, I'm going to go get some footage of it. There is a side of it that has done the same thing that we've talked about, that ballooning, you know, out on the side. Something happened here. And the remnants that are at this elevation, just so you guys know, this elevation is at probably, I think, about 9,400 where this pyramid is. Okay, so where I'm talking about right now in America. Now, there is no way, according to our history books, that the rocks that are found up here were tumbled by a flood and all the shells were brought up here. Now that blew my mind too, because how do we have seashells up here in these stones? Then it was pointed out to me as we were talking this meltology group, see, we're looking at these pyramids, that the shells are conductors for electricity. I don't know if anybody who watching this has discussed this part before. I didn't know this, but my friends brought it to my attention, so that the shells were literally sourced from the ocean, made into bricks, and they conduct electricity. So if you're looking at stones up here, which we have found with shells in them, it's probably been brought there and from the melted buildings, which makes sense. But if we don't know that, we have to buy this incredibly unbelievable timeline of dinosaur tall tales to explain why shells are up this high above the ocean. I don't know if anybody knew that before or not. It was a big thing to me as an explanation. So I'm just passing that forward to those that were also looking into why shells are up so high.
That's so cool. Thank you for sharing that. I was unaware. That's awesome. But speaking of dinosaurs, and what do you guys think about oil deposits? And
well, they charge way too much for it, and they make some nasty shit with it.
Where do you think it comes from? My instinct is that it's not a scarce resource, but I don't know.
Right.
I wonder if all oil deposits have something to do with the X Factor event.
Good.
Oh, interesting.
Good
it
question.
Seems to be renewable. Yeah, I like the way that you're going. It seems to be renewable. I mean, they've emptied out source deposits of oil, come back a few years later, and they're full again. So that doesn't fit their dino models.
Is it coming from something melted below? I mean, and I'm not suggesting.
I like the way you think. Yeah.
Well, and something that I've noticed, a lot of people have pointed out on melted buildings and you know, all these structures, you have these black streaks running down the side. I'm not suggesting that's oil, but I can't help but wonder if you know, these oil deposits are the remains of something that's, you know, coming up, you know, that, you know, it's less.
All right, I like the way you're thinking. Yes, something is happening that's being pulled out of this. I went and climbed an old remnant. We found an old wall out here. This is at the base of one of the pyramids, right? And I'd share some of it in our Boots in the Ground group. And we went in detail, like going into the rocks that had been ballooned out, going in between them. And so I pulled them out. I'll get some footage of this, which I didn't share in the group, but I want everybody to see it. We're trying to figure out what the heck is in our hands. And we smelled it, and we're like, is this burnt rubber? What's going on here? It appears to be tar. And on the other end, where it's cooked out more, has turned into an obsidian stone.
Wow.
What is that? Because this literally has a smell to it and almost not quite a sticky texture, but it is, you can tell that it's got like a tarry, like feel to it, and it definitely smells. and the other end of it, sharp black obsidian. Now, that is obviously some kind of transformation, but we found it in between the stones of this big, huge rock wall. Why? Who put tar in a rock wall? So the way that you're thinking about this oil, that makes perfect sense to me, right? If we're changing the molecular structure of things, just like if we had oil, water, and a glass, they're going to separate themselves. We don't understand this technology, but I know that I'm picking up literal bricks, and I'm holding up a brick, and the other half of it is a crystal. And it is obvious that it's a brick. It's obvious it's a crystal. So if I'm holding a white crystal in my hand, and it's the other half a brick, where are the other crystals coming from that we're finding all over the place? Because I am one of those that collected them and has since I was a toddler. Minerals, crystals, rocks, gems, you name it, I'm collecting it. I love pretty things. Yeah. So are they all from this? Because I don't understand how can I have a brick that turned into a beautiful white crystal that I'm holding in my hand? That people pay money for. That tell them that they use this for metaphysical and healing, and think about all this stuff that we're told. Now, I'm not trying to insult anyone. Believe you me, I've got crystals all over my house. And, studied them and looked into what was best for this and the colors and this and that. And now I'm studying meltology. Look what we're looking at. I showed within 2 seconds, I went up and climbed this mountain. I found a beautiful white crystal stone. It had green coming out of one side, pink out of the other, bright white, and then it had crystal brick out the butt of it. What is that? That is something we're not allowed to talk about. So are we going to upsurf the entire mineral crystal community too? Are they going to be mad that we're telling them this didn't take 10 million years to form? And this is not a precious gem? This came from some kind of plasma event from our ancestors, and these are the remnants of their former living quarters? I mean, it's not what it looks like.
No, I definitely, the whole geologic time scale has been upended by meltology. And I've always enjoyed caves, always been a caver. But caves have taken on a completely new meaning in my life since getting into meltology. Totally. I now understand what I'm in, and that I am inside of something that didn't take, millions of years to occur through water erosion or something like that.
No,
but I'm
look at this character that he's got shown up here to tie in with your talk. Look at this. That didn't happen. That was not in a flood, and water erosion came and morphed those bricks into stone, and then it just happened to leave. That didn't happen. Look at this. We're looking at it. How come you and I don't know anything about bricks turning into crystals? We don't know anything about a building that he's standing on being a building that is literally made fun of. Why?
Yeah.
What are we going to find out if we recognize this is the truth?
Yeah, I'm surrounded by this stuff out in Arizona. It's funny. I know Fervent Heat knows this, but I stand in my back.
You're right there in it.
Yeah, I'm in an area that's really flat, and the whole basin and range topography, and it's just absolutely flat, and then bam, massive, strange, incredibly angular mountain full of symmetry, and so and tons of caves around here too, and now I realize that the stuff we put on postcards, I'm actually living in just a completely wasted zone. Absolute cataclysmic devastation out here, and we put it on postcards and t-shirts.
Now, Crystal, with that being said, you know what you're looking at now. I'm sure you, like me at this point. Yep. I mean, James and Dean have surely looked at thousands and thousands of these melted remains as well. Many of them are only recognizable to us because we've seen so many overseas that are not as destroyed. Is that fair to say? Because ours over here in America are desecrated. So to me, it appears that we're way older than Egypt, way older, because ours aren't recognizable at all. They destroyed it all.
Oh,
they literally destroyed it.
Well, the Grand Canyon, for example, it seems to me like just a wasted, massive city. I mean, there's all sorts of symmetry, and you know, you can clearly walls and doorways and windows, whatever. It's just everywhere. Even
Everywhere.
Yeah, and even the name of some of the structures, it escapes me right now.
Totally.
But
They say Monument Hall. Yep, I've seen it.
Oh, like-
Amphitheater
oh.
Park. Yep.
yeah, and like Monument Valley, Arizona. I've
Yep.
been at a ton of times, and jeepers, those are massive structures. You know, just completely.
And they know they're calling them that.
Yeah.
In their own names, they call them that. And that's what got me when I looked up in the U.S. Corps of the Army of Engineers. Anybody can do this. You can find out if they have labels, AKAs, otherwise known as structure points, tourist points, all these things. They mark all that stuff.
Oh, like
I mean, look what we're looking at.
No, like there's one structure called Castle Rock that is clearly a melted castle. And there's in Sedona, there's a formation, a massive formation you can hike called Cathedral Rock. And gee, I wonder why it's called Cathedral Rock. And you know, it's just,
I have one in Colorado too.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm gonna go look that up. I'm making notes as we're talking because I can't believe how fun this is. This is awesome. I literally just got a tourist book. I love to shop, thrift shops and stuff, and I just got my hands on the Cathedral Rock book out of Colorado, and the structures left there are nothing short of Egypt quality in my view too. Probably very similar to what you're talking about in Arizona. I don't know how anybody cares about any digital video game when we're talking about this stuff. I mean, what does this mean? I mean, who were these people? This is incredible. They have stuff on their walls that break down, and you guys, I'm sure, have seen it too, that literally break down how a man and a woman conceive a baby in stone. What?
Who we got, James?
How
Who
do
we
they
got,
know
James?
that?
Hey, James. Can you hear me, ladies?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to back out just a second. Hold on. I heard a beep.
Okay.
I want to see who's here. We got Crystal. We got you. We got Fervant. Oh, okay. Well, it must have just been me. I could have swore I heard a beep. Okay. My bad. Just a second. Going back in. Continue on, ladies. Knock,
Well,
knock.
I'm thinking about
Anybody?
these events as a whole, because if she's out in Arizona, I know that she's got her hands available to different petrified pieces that they say. And I don't know if you saw, James or Dee, there was a share that was put in the group of a petrified ladder. Did you guys get to see that?
I saw
Does anybody
something with a
remember that?
ladder. Was it in the melt?
It was ridiculous looking. It was a metal ladder, and it obviously had stone pour all over it. And it was not from our Meltology group when it was put in there as a discussion point. It was from some like Gaia TV channel or something like, oh, it took, scientists are baffled by this anomaly, by this petrified ladder. I'm like, petrified ladder? It's got melt all over it. What are we talking about here? And someone else had recently shared in the group a building from 1884. Did anybody see that was melted?
I did. In
Did
the
you see
university
that?
melted red brick.
Okay. Yeah, what is going on with that 1884 and melted? What is that? That's the closest I've heard to date. What do you know about that? Talk to me about that.
Well, I only saw the pic. I think I commented something on it. I love these older shots, these black and whites, because a lot of times they really pop out the detail, and a lot of times the pics before the motherfuckers got to it. But the thing about them is, a lot of times those older pics, you got to be really careful, because If you see them with the vanilla sky, they've been tampered with, and a lot of those older pictures
great
are tampered with. Yeah.
Great point. That's very smart to bring forward so people know that the old photographs have been altered. If we're getting to see them, it's because they allow us to see them. If they didn't want us to see them, they would just click the button, they'd be gone. I agree. And this is like whiteboarding the melted issue. The same thing with the sky. Our buildings, I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but like the Empire State Building and this whatnot, there is footage, actual film footage of people exiting blimps up in the skyline, of catching the top of buildings and coming down off platforms. I don't know if anybody knows that we literally did not use mass transport like we know it today in the cities. We were using air travel. They would just bounce back and forth to buildings, otherwise walk or use electric cycles.
If you followed any steampunk, you can see that the old world and the new world kind of bastardized into itself, if you will.
Oh, interesting to bring the steampunk up. What was that about, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of this old technology reemerged as new. And, something that got me, this is before I knew about meltology, just because I love to study architectural things and whatnot and old remnants. I found something called oop art. And I don't know if anybody watching has looked into this thing before. It's literally as it sounds. It's OOP, and it stands for out of place artifacts. And all you have to do is go look that up in any search engine, and what you're going to start finding are all these anomalies that do not fit into the timeline for which our controllers say is the truth. Computer pieces embedded in stone. We're finding ships that had air controls. We don't know about ships that have air controls. We're talking about boats.
I showed a pic. I showed a pic the other night on one of the streams of a ship coming right out of the side of a melted building.
Ah! Did you really? I want to see it.
Oh yeah.
I didn't see it. I'm gonna write
there's
it down.
it was a few streams ago, and I was clicking through some evidence, and I think it's in China. It's got a red star on it, but this thing is embedded into the side of that. It wasn't placed there as an art piece. This thing is in the melt. I got a few different angles of it.
All right, that sounds fascinating and wonderful, which brings up, I think, another point that maybe will interest for other people too. It caught my eye was the heat factor, because I do not understand this melt of that if it included heat. Because like you're saying, they had things like boats remain. Unless the boat was made out of steel, I assume it had wood. We've seen wood beams, wood windows.
Well, this was an electrical event that came from the bottom up, as we see right here in front of us.
So it wasn't when people are thinking like I know when I was talking with some others and it was new to them, and they're like melted buildings heat. They're thinking like dinosaur heat, like volcano heat.
No.
That's
no. Well,
this is coming from the bottom, coming from the grid up like a circuit board.
Yeah.
Right, but that's what I mean. We should point that out, because this is something that we've seen this, because we've been looking into this. The boulders, the bottom where the top remains. People that don't know about this think this was heat, like that you must have been hit with something like a dew weapon from the top down.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Well, of course, yeah. We've faced many people with their own thought processes on this, and all of them have been thrown at us. And we stick with the evidence here at Melted Red Brick University. Yeah. We don't speculate. We don't theorize. We show you this right here,
which I find very refreshing, because it's not argumentative. Because you can't argue what? We're looking at it. What's to argue? We see it.
We're showing the buildings are showing us what the electrical energy did to them from the inside out, as we can see right here in this expansion center pick. See how it's coming up the side of this wall here? It's expanding up.
And that's where I think that maybe our brains stop processing it, because we don't understand that kind of technology to do it. Look at that.
Yeah,
oh, goodness.
What's really interesting? Oh.
No, go ahead, darling. Go ahead.
Oh, pockets of survival and why they exist. and why the heat was distributed in a certain pattern, or the electrical energy, or whatever it was. It's a mystery. You'll have something that's just completely and utterly destroyed, totally melted, and then you have just this tiny little area of bricks that remains. And yeah, I don't have an explanation for how that occurs yet. Obviously, we see that it happens, but it would be really interesting to get into the mechanism and how that happens. But anyway, just throwing it out there.
I think that that's a great point to explore, because there's something also, we've seen this over and over again, is stripe remains, right? And we've also seen buildings that did not get cooked all the way that had striped bricks, whether they were red and white striped bricks. You know what I'm talking about? How they altered those colors the way they did over archways and whatnot. And we can see remaining bricks here, 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 and here, but yet in between is all cobblestone.
Well, we know through the evidence and the research that the amount of heat and pressure contained in this X factor event melted, disintegrated, we call cotton, and the heat that dispersed through this, that did this, what we're looking at, created everything that we see as rubies, diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, rocks, brick, slate, sand. All of it come from this event happening and these structures being leveled by a heat event that come from the bottom up. Whether it was connecting with the ether up top, we saw the lightning just a little bit ago. That is just mere sparks compared to what this X factor event was.
Wow, you just made me think of something really interesting to consider. You know how there's a lot of ancient, beautiful, breathtaking Egyptian jewelry, adorned with all sorts of precious gems. So if we come to the conclusion that all of these precious gems are the result of the X factor event, then it really does help us to date civilizations based on the jewelry that the civilizations were creating. Anyway, just a thought. Put a pin in it.
Ooh. Hey, I like your thinking there. I really do. Because I thought of, I like that because of the gold rush factor and whatnot with all the melt up here in Colorado. It is a big, big mining area and has been known for this for some time. Why?
Yeah. No.
Well,
why?
see
Where'd the gold
the
come
center
from?
pick right here? See this coloration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got to understand that this happened. Okay, this thing was melted, then it stopped quickly. Okay, like a breaker went off, and these different heat differentials were left in the state that they remained in right here. And this is where we're getting. This is where we're getting these colors differentials. The different heat. This was warmer than this. This is now hot. This is going crystal. This is getting cooked out of the brick, the C14, but flowing and going crystal, trying to get to the same color this is hot. See the color differentials?
I do.
And over here, same thing. Look at your color differentials.
Yeah. Didn't get as hot down there.
And was this red brick? Well, what's this? Center pick. What's this? Center pick.
Based on the fact that we have rock curtains, like lace curtain, I mean, we know that the melting stopped very quickly, just like a breaker blew. It was just, it seemed like it just instantly stopped. And I wonder if there's some way through observation of different, patterns that exist due to the difference in heat, if there's some way that we can figure out like how long the X factor event occurred for. I mean, was this a matter of hours? Was this a matter of days?
Right. Right.
But,
all pertinent questions for sure.
Yeah,
but we do know this. We know that the melt happened, then the floodwaters came in after.
Okay. I wonder if the floodwaters had something to do with the rapid cool, or if that was just an entirely separate event in the chain of events.
Well, that's been bounced around before, and some have put forth that it was, like you get a fire in a kitchen and they got the the halogen fire disposal thing.
fail system.
Yeah, yeah. Was the floodwaters a fail-safe system for this? Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, that's
But we do know this: we have two different types of water. Well, actually more than that, but we've got salt water and we got fresh water.
Yeah, I lived in Salt Lake City. I've lived in some really interesting places. Sadly, a lot of them before I knew anything about meltology and the old world. But I lived in Salt Lake City before I knew anything about this. But looking back, I mean, that place is just wasted. You know, you got the salt flats out there, and then Antelope Island, and then you have a lot of heat damaged old world buildings downtown. And you know, it's interesting
Which
to
you
me.
also that you just brought up that it was Salt Lake City. That means that was a Salt Lake for real. And, you know, just like they had on our old maps, you guys may have seen this before too. You had Salt Lake City down there, and California was basically an island, that there was water all the way around it on some of our old maps. I don't know if you guys have seen those or not.
Yeah, we've seen those.
Okay, well, they're not talked about in our history. I never took a history class that talk about the island of California. I mean, what was that, right? That got left off. So we obviously had some significant water that was here before, not that long ago, right? I mean, these are on maps that we have. I mean, how old could they be? So our X Factor event and this water event, like as far as getting a time frame, that's, I don't know, I guess I'm kind of there in my head now. Like what are we looking at as far as how long this takes? Because we, you know, New York City, I have to go with what I know. And I know that I looked at photos of New York City in 1900, and I've looked at photos of New York City in the year 2000. And quite frankly, they didn't look much different than each other. I don't know if anybody else has done these comparisons. No, they don't. Those buildings were already there. They were already there. It does not look that much different. I mean, yeah, we took down the Twin Towers, but I want you to think conceptually of how big New York City is, how massive it is, the Empire State Building, the whole big kit and caboodle. How in the hell could it have looked like that in 1900?
Oh,
And
This
they're,
makes
and
no
they're
sense.
on donkeys.
Yeah, exactly. So this event that we're looking at, and we're looking at, Crystal's got those in Arizona. I'm sharing that I found Roman arches at, you know, 6,000 feet elevation in Colorado at the Manitou Cliff Dwellings, which make no explanation whatsoever. There should not be any Roman buildings in America, none. Our history doesn't allow for this. So what time frame are we looking at? Look what we're looking at here. How old does this have to be to take this kind of look? Did the melt factor make it unrecognizable for the first 300 years after? And now it looks like this due to wind erosion? I don't know. Did water come in and wash it down after? I don't know.
No, it did
I mean,
not.
it's so
Not here. This did not here. Erosion did not happen right here. Everything you're looking at right here is all X-factored melted buildings. We see no evidence out there of water erosion as far as being the cause of this escape, if you will, of this right here. Okay, there's water that comes through these places. Yes. Flash floods. Yes, it does rain out here. Yes, water does run over these things. But the melt that we're seeing was caused by an electrical energy, just like we see here on the left. Look.
Yeah, the thing is, we see the same inside as outside.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Water
Which I
erosion
find so-
doesn't do this.
No.
It doesn't leave
Water
windows,
erosion.
doorways, and stuff like that.
No, but it makes sense to our children who are being told this in school, though, right? Because that's what they're
Well, of
told.
course, they're influential. You know, they're those are authoritative figures that we're telling them to look up to.
Right.
Yes.
This is all sedimentary rock. We're all just confused. The red bricks that we're actually finding in there, they just ignore. This is what I find so amazing. Going, wait a minute, it's got to be on purpose. And this can't be so big that it can't be true, because with Santa Claus is all over the world, and that's not too big to carry the lie forward. So the fact that this is obviously not a sedimentary rock, look at the size of what we're looking at right before us.
Well,
There-
right
we can-
here
look at this.
Yeah, you got expansion coming up right here, and then as you go in here, you're getting into the internal breakdown of this structure.
Yeah, and right behind it, look at the square right above it and behind it. It's so obvious. Those are artificial right there. What is this? What is that? That's us. Nature doesn't make square openings.
No,
But we do.
No. Yep.
Right there. And yeah. And so this is nonsense that that's not in our history book. Those are not cave dwellers. That is so stupid. I can't even believe it. There's no water there. There's no trees, but they're going to go live in there. Okay. And they're going to spend their whole life carving it out. Okay.
So
With dinosaur bones.
another
Yeah.
another thought I'd like to add to this in trying to figure out, the timeline of the X Factor event is, and I think it's actually my Facebook cover picture right now, but I found pictures, really pictures from the 1800s of structures that, are old world and look, thousands upon thousands of years old. They have the etheric energy tech and all that. And then right in the background, there's something that it's like obviously a mounted structure, the super angular mountains and the patterns that we find worldwide. And whereas it appears that the old world structure in the foreground is not damaged. And so I thought a lot about this and wondering if the heat distribution could really have been, so localized where you have a massive old world structure that appears to be pretty much unharmed, no evidence of heat damage. And then, just a few miles away, a massive melted building. And so what this has gotten me to think about is, were there multiple X Factor events? Is this something cyclical?
Right.
Or was it a singular event that was the result of the energy grid overload? And I don't have the answer to that question, but I think that more and more pictures of heat of old world structures that are not heat damaged in close proximity to obviously melted structures would help to answer that question. So it requires further investigation, but really the point that I'm bringing up is, are we talking about a singular event or are we talking about a cyclical event? And if it is cyclical, is it naturally occurring? Or does it have to do with some sort of energy grid overload? That's the word I'm looking for. So yeah, just to add that into the brainstorming session. So.
All right, I like your thinking.
Well, we've seen in the evidence that this is a one-time event. We see so many times, just like you just described, Crystal, about how you'll have perfectly good-looking red brick structure right there, and then you'll have a blown-out balloon boulder coming out of it.
Yeah.
How long ago did this happen? We don't know. Did it happen more than once? I don't know. I know it happened once, and I know that the evidence is showing us that it fried the shit out of these massive, massive, massive structures.
Yeah.
That left remnants of themselves. I mean, we haven't seen like a melt. Well, how can you get a melt with a melt on top of it? How are you going to know when the melt melted?
That's where I'm at too. If you get a melt on top, and it's to me, there's got to be multiples, just for what we're pointing out here. That Egypt's pyramids, Egypt and Greece, they still have recognizable statues and columns, and in America we don't. Except we have if you know what you're looking for, you can find them, like what we're talking about here in America. Most people cannot recognize that we're looking at Roman arches because it wasn't pointed out to them, like what I was trying to share with you. This boulder this person's holding, these rocks, look at the hole behind them that this person just had. That kind of stuff isn't discussed here. So to me, there'd have to be multiple events, and the oldest ones would just kind of keep getting remelted, kind of, if they were still intact. Right? Yeah. Like if the red bricks were still working. Multiple. Otherwise, why are ours so destroyed over here and Egypt's still so intact?
Perhaps
a lot of our area out here is an area that's still highly sought after. So you're going to get rid of the evidence before you move the people in. You know, they have these
True.
wars all the time to destroy evidence. They have these fires. They've had a lot of fires out here in America. These schools and so-called churches and stuff. These old historical
All right,
buildings
that's a good point.
that
Good
are
point.
that they're calling they're calling these Victorian home style homes, and that they're telling you they were built in the 1800s, 1700s. So you do have a lot of areas like that. Then they also have areas out here that you just can't go to. They have the Grand Canyon. They have spots in the Grand Canyon that you and I just can't go to. And they supposedly
That's
there's
true.
you know that there's Egyptian sarcophaguses and statues or whatever is supposed to be over there in other places, of course. So a lot of that other place. Now, these are places, in my opinion, that are close by. You can make money. Now, you're in the middle of the desert. Who's going to be out there guarding that stuff? It's in the middle of nowhere.
Can you hear me, James?
So
Can you hear me,
it's
James?
more. You're more. Yeah, you're in. You're going to be more able to go out there and mess around out there because it's in the middle of nowhere. Some of these places are so remote that it's just nobody out there to stop you from going over there, and no one to commission to go over there and tear it down because it's going to cost money. So that's just my opinion. But when it gets closer to inland, now as far as Italy has a lot of that stuff. They just said, "Fuck it, we're just going to keep it the way it is. We can't fix it. It's in the water already." I mean, and we're just telling different stories. I mean, and that's another thing I've mentioned many times on the stream. And a lot of the stuff we've gone over in the university here, that all these nations are in on it because every one of these monuments, all these melted buildings, all have a fake narrative to them. So every nation make up these stories for every one of them. So we
I'm with you. I'm with you. The fact that they're not talking about air travel, the fact that we're not talking about our electrical vehicles, we're not talking about using plants to obtain optimal health, but we're talking about nanobox, graphene oxide, and idiocy about landing on Mars. But we're not talking about exploring our ancestors' remains right down the street from us. It's shocking. The diversion tactics are beyond belief.
Yeah, and they're talking about what 200 miles on these Teslas when before they were getting almost 2,000 miles on a charge.
Yeah,
that's right. Good point.
So it's still not even nowhere close.
No.
And the batteries that before they would last forever. Now these batteries are lasting a few years, and then they're no good.
And they can't get rid of them, and they're 10 grand.
But two things I'd like to add to this. Number one, reservations, and number two, Death Valley. Actually, I'm going to start with Death Valley. A few months ago, I stumbled across an article about it's been a while. Hopefully I don't butcher this too bad. But it was out in Death Valley, and a father and son, I think this was like in the early 1900s, fell through the floor, like the desert floor, into what they claimed to be a massive city, an underground Egyptian city. Now, this is separate from the Smithsonian Egyptian artifact cover-up in the Grand Canyon. This is a different one. Gotcha. But yeah, they fell through the desert floor into a massive city, and described all kinds of Egyptian artifacts and gold and all this. And anyway, so I just put a pin in that. I don't know a lot about that. Maybe someone else has read about it. And the other thing I wanted to mention is the restricted zone in the Grand Canyon, and how that reminds me of all of the Native American reservations. Yeah. Because I love to go exploring, and a lot of southern Arizona though is reservation, and you legally cannot go explore on the reservation. You can get arrested by tribal police. Yep. And I was actually approached by, I was actually questioned by tribal police one time, just driving back on a reservation, back through the checkpoint. And I didn't even know I was on a reservation. And I drove through a checkpoint, and they said, "What were you doing out here?" I'm like, "Oh, I was just driving around, just cruising around, just looking around." And they said I was trespassing, and I had to get out of my car. and they
Yeah.
wanted my ID and asked me what I was doing out there, and said that, if they ever caught me out there again, I would be arrested on the spot by tribal police for trespassing. And literally the entire time, I didn't even get out of my car. I just drove onto a reservation, not knowing it was a reservation, came out the other side and through the checkpoint, and was told I had been trespassing. And so anyway, what all this leads me to is that the reservations that I have driven through, like the Tohono O'odham Reservation being one, it's just like driving through a melted damn city. I mean, the ruins, it's just so obvious, and it's so symmetrical, and it's like, it's just undeniable. And I can't help but wonder if part of the creation of these reservations is to hide stuff. And just like the restricted area in the Grand Canyon. But I think there are treasures and things to be discovered out here that on these reservations that are just as impressive as, the claims of what's been discovered in the Grand Canyon.
What a way to fit their narrative, with the way I'm not saying they didn't treat people horribly, because obviously they were, and they were moved here and there and stuff, but they grid cordons off these places, and you can't go there, restricted or access only by permission or whatever the case. Most of our federal parks, here in America, you can't go on them, you can't hunt them. You get approached by rangers all the time. They cruise these logging roads out there as their job, and stop everybody and everything out there. And especially in areas like you're just describing, you'll get arrested automatically. They already, shook you down and got your credentials and all that, so they know who you are now. That's the way they do this. That's why they keep us out of these areas, Or they come up with Groom Lake, Arizona. They do some funky stuff out there, but that's a big, big meltology world out there. They know they're, so.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
And just another thought to add, Lake Mead and Lake Powell, and all of these reservoirs out here in the desert. Now, of course, I know we have the hydroelectric generators and all that, but I can't help but wonder if the creation of these reservoirs is also to hide evidence. Because if you look at where a lot of these reservoirs are, it's just in the middle of another melted city. I mean, crazy, insane, massive ruins, and there's a reservoir. So anyway, just another.
I did a little piece the other night in a stream on dams and aqueducts, and we showed that these are nothing but massive grid components buried into the rest of the buildings inside of it, underneath it. They're massive structures, and we're figuring out too that a lot of these things that are backfilled with water and created dams and stuff, they're hiding evidence.
They're hiding evidence in the dam water, you mean, behind them?
Yes, they're hiding evidence, because the structures, as I pointed out, and Spartans pointed out many, many, many times before, and many others have as well, that these are repurposed structures. You look at your tunnels going into the side of mountains or buildings, if you will. These train circles on these massive railroads. You look at the bases of them; they're old world melt. You look at the bases of the Statue of Liberty and all these other places; it's old world melt. Everything is repurposed. Everything is repurposed. There's nothing new under the sun.
No. New stories to go with the same old, right?
Yes.
New tale, new name, new year.
But it's showing everybody that this is true. It's right there. You go by it every day. We drive on it. We live in it. We live on it.
Exactly.
So it's awakening minds. You can go show somebody, look at this melted building, and they're like, "Whoa, what the fuck? I haven't even ate yet." Or you can come up and say, as you're driving down the road or stopping to get something and you notice something, you go, check this out. What do you think? It's approaching them different ways at their level as far as how you know that individual person. So
it sounds like an experienced voice.
Yeah, I've touched a few, and I've been assaulted and attacked by a few as well.
Can you believe it? It's challenging somebody's mindset, and they just want to go crazy. I know they can't take it.
It is something,
They can't.
man. It's something.
It really is. I mean, they accept that the remains from like the amphitheater, right, the Pantheon, they accept that those remains are there.
Yeah.
But how come they can't accept that those remains are other places too? Because it wasn't on TV.
Well,
and that is
what
the way that their brain works.
Well, the thing is, you see those things, and we as meltologists know these things to be grid components. They know them as sporting events where gladiators used to butcher each other.
Yeah.
Because that's what they
good
were,
stuff.
and that's what's
Right.
burned into their psyche, and you can't change that in them. Some of them you
There's been
can't.
too many movies.
Yeah, too many movies, too many predictive programming.
Yeah, too much predictive programming. I really am just kind of amazed at how entertained we are now. I'm really, like, I even think about entertainment and I start cringing because I think our time here is so short. And they've already
We also
stolen
got
so
things
much
called
time.
museums and stuff like that that also help to
Right.
help to substantiate the lie and solidify it. So you can also leave and tell people that you know all the history behind it because you've been to the museum or you've seen the space
Touche.
shuttle take off. You were there at wherever the hell is supposed to be launching from. Cape Kennedy and
Right.
you've been to all these places, so you know it's real.
Right.
So that's that.
Right.
They spare no expense of our taxpayer dollars
To create fake
to
reality.
help hide this lie and make people believe it.
Yeah.
They
We-
do a great
Yeah.
job of this deception.
Yeah,
I'm
they
55
do.
years old. I'm just now coming into all this truth. I mean, in the last 10 years.
Yeah, same with me. I can't believe I'm this old. It's just almost embarrassing. Like, how do I not know any of this? I'm
Well,
living like a
darling,
big baby.
think of our
know?
parents. I remember the older people in my when I was growing up, they were into hee haw. They were into what they
Good
were.
movie. Not good
Era,
show.
whatever.
They
Well,
were. It's true. It's true.
They
That's true.
were
We were
drinking
like-
and fucking, and
That's true.
that's every generation's got their way of getting through this fucking bullshit. And
But you're right.
and
That's
were
what it
there
was.
some that knew? Yeah, there were some that knew, but they kept their mouths shut because they knew they wouldn't last long. Some of them were very infamous, famous.
They all ended up in
but-
those crazy houses.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. I'm with
Oh,
you.
the
They
person
got a
who
lot of
like
it.
to see and knew the truth, it was just lock them right up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They were a
just
threat.
get rid of them.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree. No,
But,
they do that today. This is not an old tactic. I don't know. You guys, they do that today.
Oh.
If you talk about things that you're not allowed to, they'll just lock you up for a psych hold. You're never getting out. That's
Right.
definite. They
Yeah.
call you crazy because there's no defense to crazy. You can't say you're not. Right? That's the joke. That's a funny thing. The white guys in the robes. Oh boy, watch out for them. They hold all the power. They are the real religious cult, right? They
Oh,
come in
yeah.
and go, oh, you're crazy. You're crazy. You're talking about rocks and melted buildings. Oh no, you lock her up, right? Lock them up. There are no melted buildings. Oh my gosh. That's
Yeah.
not gonna happen.
But you're right. It is absolutely embarrassing, and that's why I find that I have an obligation and a responsibility to come forward with it for my grandchildren and your
There you go.
grandchildren.
There you go. Because our
We owe it to
babies,
them.
we do owe it to them. And with mine, I try to keep myself focused on the good. I told you my little one got hurt and I got burned real bad about that pharma deal. So I wasted some more time studying disease for a while, just like they get us to study this nonsense, right? Nonsense lies. To see if, George Washington really chopped down the cherry tree when there was no George Washington. Like, you know what I mean? We're researching the wrong things.
Yes.
They've got us all goofy. So
That's-
before, I was studying disease. And then I had to realize, no, that's just more gobbledygook. It's just a name for symptoms of we're not healthy and we're trying to clean ourselves out. These are signs your body's working. And we're all confused thinking we needed drugs to stop seeing the signs that our body's trying to heal. And so when I started studying health, and just boom, it was like this meltology. As soon as I started studying health, wow, we got healthier. As soon as I started studying reality, our lives became more real. I mean, it really did.
You know, you're
It's
right.
beautiful.
It raised our vibration. I mean, it really did. I mean, maybe I'm speaking for other people too, but for so long I bounced around, you know, different careers and, you know, different degrees. And I never felt like I knew myself or knew my place in the world. I always felt this aching void inside me that I just couldn't figure out where it was coming from. But I don't have that aching inside me anymore. That void is more than filled.
Ooh, how nice is that?
Good.
Yeah,
that's real fun.
Yeah, but I'm getting into all of this and discovering the truth of our reality is one of the most amazing things we can do for our, and that's because we really are raising our vibration in the deepest possible sense. You know, that's what this truth seeking does. And yeah, so just to add what you're saying, although, you know, it has created, you know, it's not perfect. You know, there are other issues that it has created, but I would never go back to who I was before. Never.
Yeah, I like the
understanding your reality is very important. And when we wake up to the flat Earth, to the melted buildings, to all the other deceptions and lies that we've been lied to about, it helps to it helps us understand who we are as beings and our purpose of being here. We can actually discover what that is. It's hard to do that when you don't even know your reality of your surrounding. You think you're on a curve and you're flying through space. You're never going to understand your reality.
Yeah.
So
no, you just made the greatest point. If we think we're on a spinning ball of dirt flying through an infinite universe, how are we ever going to be grounded in any kind of truth?
Yeah,
we can't.
Thinking you came from an 8, and that's what he
right,
wants.
And we're totally insignificant.
You're nothing.
Right, exactly. We're nothing, but our ancestors were something apparently, but we're not allowed to know about them.
Right.
Too dumb to build with brick, but very good to build the chisel out of a mountain.
Yeah.
Is that amazing?
Square edges,
it is
precise archways, and precise engineering with no math, no engineering skills, none of this, no reading, no writing, but precise engineering.
That's baffling.
Wow.
I mean,
I saw someone share, and I'm not sure if it was in our Melt group or not, that it was on one of the old inventions. And it was an invention either from the very late 1800s or early 1900s. Maybe you guys caught it too. And it was on a 3D brick printing machine. Did you see it? It was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And it was
a
machine that made. Yeah. Did you see it? I was like, oh, of course they had machines. I literally caught myself that I was envisioning some dude like on a cartoon with one brick in the mortar. One brick in the mortar, like, no, of course they had machines to do that. What is wrong with me? Oh my God. I didn't even think about it. Of course they had that.
We've talked about this issue in the university many times before, haven't we, James?
Yes.
You know, these things were laid and they were laid quickly and they were put together and they were put together brilliantly. And they were put together for a reason. They were put together for a reason.
Yep.
It wasn't just for habitation, it was for functionality of this realm.
Yeah.
All right. I like what you just brought up. They were put together perfectly and they worked. And I was listening to this monk give a talk, and he was talking about this building that they were building for themselves made out of bricks. Yeah. And he's telling me that he studied. He tried to figure out how to make this brick building. He didn't know how to build. He watched bricklayers. He copied them. They did the best they could do and made this brick wall. And what he talked about was at the end of his efforts and all their education and putting it to work, he looks up, his brick wall's done, and realizes he's got 2 crooked bricks in the middle of the wall. Now, you and I cannot make a perfect wall, but a machine can. Yeah. And I find that this point that you two just brought up, that you've discussed this before, this had to be done by machine. This had to be done way faster than any kind of building that we know today. It had to have, because we are not that perfect. And we saw those sewer walls without a mark in between them, holding water with brick for hundreds. Oh my goodness, what is that? We don't know how to do that at all. You're right. It had to be machinery. Had to be.
Yeah, had to be. You know.
Could that machinery have been repurposed into something that we're seeing every day and just don't see it as that? I mean, let's think about it. What kind of massive machinery are we using? You know, we have massive mining machinery. You know, a lot of stuff left
There's
over from the
engineering
old
and stuff that was before.
Yeah, I just wonder if there
do
remnants of this machinery just hidden in plain sight. You know, maybe there is.
Very good. Very good. Very good question.
I do like that, because why would they get rid of it? And well, you're right. What'd they do with the machinery? They bury it in a cavern? Where are they? You're right.
I mean, they blow it up. I mean, where did it go? There must have been a lot of it.
What did it go in the
somebody
vault?
brought this up.
Smithsonian has a lot of these records, a lot of stuff like that, and also a lot of this stuff is hidden at the where you have to go to get the patents and stuff.
Oh, they're at the top of the list for the reckoning.
Yeah, all this old technology is hidden where we can't get to it. It's not accessible to us.
Oh, and don't even get me started on what the Vatican could be hiding. I popped in earlier. I was listening. You were talking about the telescope, but who knows what truths are hidden in those archives? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I do like that you brought that back up. If the Vatican is spending that much time, effort, and energy in naming their telescope, you know, what are they looking at? And what are they watching out for? And now that we know about this, that's what makes me think even more so that the evidence is pointing to a cyclic type of event that the celestial stars must tell us happens at a certain time. Why are they watching it so close and not telling us a word about it?
And think of all the underground, the dumps, the deep underground military installations. And I mean, there are the entire worlds and cities beneath our feet that we're completely unaware of.
Right.
Well, what a better place to go when you're telling everybody to look up.
Exactly.
Oh, very good. Very good. You're right.
Nice.
You're right. Look to space. Good one.
There's a
You're
lot
right.
of there's a lot of stuff that's going on under there, and it has been forever. Think about it. This is a melted realm. Think about look at the evidence. Look where we've been underneath this melted realm. These huge caverns, caves, they call them. These are all internal parts of these huge, massive structures.
Yeah.
I mean,
like an
living room, bedrooms.
Look at the stuff Deb's Red Brick Chick's thrown out with a lot of her evidence, you know, and look what Jen's done with some of the video streams and many others have been posting up, you know. I mean, these are the insides of melted buildings, because this place is not what we've been told.
All right, and how about far down this is? I want to ask, because you guys have been doing this more than me, what kind of depths are we looking at here for melted building remains? Because I know what I found, but I want to know what you guys know. Because
we know the Mariana Trench. We you know, there's pictures of that, and it's all melted down there.
Yeah.
Caves that are.
How far down do you think? Thousands of feet.
It's going all the way down to the grid, where the building started. You know, ground zero.
Yeah, ground zero is covered by brick ash and buildings.
Yeah, like the ocean floor. Do you mean?
Yes,
like
I mean, you know how far these structures went down. We've shown evidence. Islands are the tops of melted buildings. We've proved it.
The Hawaii.
That's what I think as well. Hawaii. It appears such.
We're only on the tops of them. We're walking around on the tops of melted buildings. Yeah. All these caves and caverns and stuff that you're talking about below.
Right.
These are rooms that were, you know, other levels of the buildings. This place was massive. It shows the scale of it as a huge place, and a lot more people than there are now. Yeah. These buildings that we see with all these dwellings inside of these so-called cave dwellings and stuff that are huge shows that they're like huge, what we would see as apartment buildings today. That's on a massive scale. So we know this place was very massive, and we know that it was set up for, you know, very, you know, beautiful eye candy, as if it was a place to vacation to. You come here for an experience, to have a good time, to have a good experience, and it's been hijacked.
You make
by
a good point. You just brought up a good point I had not considered before. Crystal, what about that? You're talking about other lands. He's suggesting that perhaps this place was some kind of vacation spot. What do you think about that?
At this point,
it was set up that way. We
possible.
see these beautiful buildings, that were, whether they're tech for living quarters or tech just for a purpose, for energy purpose. And I didn't mean to cut you off, Crystal. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh no, I'm listening. Yes, but about the islands being the tops of melted buildings. I've been spending a lot of time on Google Earth lately looking at the Hawaiian Islands. Oh my gosh. And then what is it? Mount Kilauea is like from the base to the top, it's like 30,000 feet, something like that. So I mean just massive melted structures that come up from the ocean floor.
Well, you think about that. Okay. We've just talked about how massive they were. Why were they so massive? The evidence shows they're massive. Why? Well, why is the energy in the air like we just looked at in the evidence a while ago? These massive structures worked with the energy in this ether. It shows it. The Antiquitech that not only Melted Red Brick University's put out many times, but with Gen 2, Gen's another one to go to look at this Antiquitech issue that it was attached to these melted structures. Okay, this had a function. This drew in this energy, and it worked with the piezoelectric forces in the structures themselves. Think about how massive these things were. The weight and pressure of these things. Okay, contained a charge.
Yeah.
You can take a brick and it gives a charge.
Right.
Okay. Think of this on a massive, on a scale you can't even fathom, and how it worked.
No. What
happened? Well, we know something happened. The evidence shows us what happened. Something happened to where this was disturbed.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
The weight of the structure being part of the functionality of the structure due to the piezoelectric effect.
Yes. Working all together is, that they had mastery over the water as well. Water in the air, water everything. Everything. Think about it. If they could create these structures, what else was part of their reality?
Gosh.
Yeah. If you really want to look at it in a certain way, you can look at it as this place being a machine. I mean, that should be there should be no question about that we're inside of a machine. While the machine was built, it's almost like a computer program that we're living in, like we are inside of a video game. And somebody programmed the computer game. Nobody came out here and built the dome and nobody built the grid and start building the buildings. No person did that. It was generated somehow. This place was generated.
Well, it's like Spartan had brought up.
It was not constructed in that manner.
Spartan had brought up that you ever watch Star Trek and they go into the holodeck?
Yeah, exactly. We're in the
holodeck. What happens if you go into the holodeck and all of a sudden the Klingons fucking come out of nowhere and hit you and you're trapped inside the holodeck in a broken system?
And you don't realize you're in the holodeck.
What a wonderful, wow.
I mean,
you're in the holodeck and don't realize you're in the holodeck. You think it's real. That's what we're in now. We've been hijacked.
All right, there was an episode on Star Trek, which we revisited after we kind of came out of our slumber too. We revisited these episodes.
Yeah.
And Star Trek appears to be an anagram too for Rat's Track, which, is a nice little funny, I think, comparison to the rat studies that they use for us in our society. that they like to replay over and over again. You guys ever looked into those? They're real fun. They take 4 rats, 4 very healthy rats, 2 female, 2 male. They do this ad nauseum, and then, oh, you've seen it? And what they do is study them and put them into a controlled society. And they watch them go from the 4 to multiply over different generations and whatnot. And what they have found out, without exception, on over 25 documented of these and many more, that society goes in a predetermined, planned way, without fail, every time. And they talk about structural hierarchies and how the families break down and what makes the families break down and how they can pull apart the parents and the children and take them away from the parents and therefore break the society down. And that every time the society ended up the same, every time. And I find that that is astounding, because James is bringing up, it looks like we're in an entertainment realm. Here we are, Dean, with, oh look, we're on a holodeck. We're just we're here. We could believe this. We cannot wake up to being Truman until we saw the curtain exposed a little bit. I mean, we'll accept the reality for which we're given. They laugh at us over it. But this mentality stopped everything.
Wizard of Oz back there with behind that curtain.
Yeah, but this mentality stops it, because you cannot pull the curtain over these massive structures that remain.
No.
Well, what was lining the yellow brick road?
Red bricks.
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Yeah, it's the golden rule worked, right? He who makes the gold makes the rule. Instead of treat others the way you want to be treated, they morphed that too.
Yeah.
They've kind of twisted, it looks like, everything. They're telling us follow the yellow brick road. We think they mean money, and the truth is follow the truth back to your ancestors. That this is just gobbledygook.
Well, I'll tell you what. I got to work tomorrow. And we're going on 5 hours, which means it's been a light night as far as hours go, because James and I can
you did great.
8+ if we want. But no, I'm going to wait till everybody's back in here. And, I just want to first and foremost say thank you to Spartan Red, Laughing Eagle, 007, Dread. Your platform has made this happen right here tonight, just like it did. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him, his work, his dedication, his drive, his exhaustion, his laughter. And we want to thank you from the Eagle Eye crew. And Rick Love, one love to you, sir. We're going to wrap it up. Before we do that, we always throw out last comments to people. And I'm going to start with Crystal. Thank you, darling, for coming in, and it's so good to see you. I've been wondering about you, been thinking about you, been, sending you links, and know that, like I said, we take our time here, and you chose your time tonight, and we thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry I haven't been so responsive, but I really realized tonight I need to connect with people again. So I'm so glad I have a place to go to do that. And I feel so much better than I did before I started streaming with you guys. So I'm just happy to know there's a place for me. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Oh,
It was nice to chat with you, Crystal.
Oh, very much so. Very nice meeting you. And thank you for all your comments. And I love seeing your posts as well.
Oh, thanks. We'll see you in the chat on there again in the future. It was really great.
Brilliant.
Sure, for sure.
I can sketch you. What'd you think?
Thank you so much for the invite on. This is really great and so wonderful to get to connect with you and James and Crystal. I really feel very honored, and it's quite a path to find my way to get to you guys. I was a little late, but I showed up now, so I'm glad to be glad.
What a surprise. Oh, what a surprise. What a gift. Thank you. Mr. James.
Sorry about that. Oh, man. Hey, you know what?
Why don't we break through the chat real quick? Give some love. You want to do?
Yeah, let's get some love. Our Melted Reality. What's up, our Melted Reality? Mark, Boots on the Ground, Bloodhound. Make sure you guys check him out. Yeah. And usually he is here on Wednesday, but he will be out tomorrow. So it's going to be the regular crew in here tomorrow. Yeah. Derv OC, what's up, Derv? Mark Reeves.
Hi, darling.
Down under. Make sure you guys check out the well, hello, little eagle. We just lost Dean. He'll be right back. Meltdown Under. Make sure you guys check out the documentary if you have not watched it already. Part 1 and Part 2. Part 3 soon to be out. And let's see who else we got up in here. Everybody else, Eagle Eye Crew. The stupid thing. A little bit.
I'm back. You got me?
Yes.
I'm back. Okay, good.
Yes.
They had to just say hi to me one more time before the end of the night.
Of course. Oh, Crystal, thanks for coming in. Yeah, definitely. You know where you can always come in here.
Yes.
And, someone's gonna be in here and like-minded people. I can sketch you. Thank you for coming in. I hope I wasn't too persistent. I know you probably got, this guy he's stalking me. You know.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, I couldn't wait. We couldn't. This is my little meltologist, my little buddy, and I. He's been exploring with me, and I told him that I got invited on to have a discussion chat. He's like, "Oh, go talk to him. Go talk to him." So
we need more little eagles. That's great to have another eagle in the nest. So great flying in with the both of you. So thank you so much for spending some time with us, coming in and sharing your story with everyone and letting everyone get to know you, and hopefully you will make it back in soon. And also Ladies Night, which Dean will touch on once again. So
I can't wait. It sounds great.
Yeah. Pleasure having you in, young lady. And Crystal, once again, always nice having you in, Crystal. Great stuff you're doing, Crystal. Great boots on the ground, like always.
Like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can.
Absolutely. I'll let Dean go through all the other subs out there, such as Jen and everyone else, Spartan, but and you already threw the Spartan one out there. So thanks, Spartan. So anyway, that's it for me.
Right.
Go ahead. And we'll be back on here tomorrow, guys. Gals.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Happy love. Bye. Brick love to all. Thank you.
Brick
love to you. Take care.
Bye, everybody. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
What a treat.
Take care.
What a treat. Oh, so this is that special guest you were telling me about, James.
Yes.
Oh, brilliantly done, sir. Brilliantly done. Are you still with us, Crystal?
She just left out right now.
Did she? Okay,
in the rest of the nest.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. Ladies' night might be next week, but it looked like there was a little bit of a ladies' night tonight. And, boy, what a ride, man! That was so fun. Oh wow, that was fun. That was unexpected, but that was a treat, man. That was brilliant. Oh, I'm filled with brick love right now. I am, man. This is what we're about. This is what we're about. Mark Reeves,
building a family. That's what we are doing. Spreading the brick love.
Yeah. Exactly.
One brick at a time.
Warren Jackson, Dervo C, Meltdown Under. Our Melted Reality, Mark. Like, share, and subscribe. Brick love to you, Mark. I hope you're having a great time and your family is enjoying it as well. Bumping up the chat. So many more. I've been in and out the whole dang stream. It's been hard for me to keep up with y'all crew, but I know you're holding it down out there in the chat. I know you are. I got one bot tonight. How many do y'all get?
Probably that same sucker all of a sudden towards the end trying to come in to get out of here.
Yeah, it goes way up. Yeah, they kind of got in there a little bit, but brick love to everybody in the nest. Melted Red Brick University Eagle Eye crew. James, thank you again, brother, for coming in and
Yeah.
bringing the wonderful meltologist, that wonderful new mind into
Yes.
the family.
Yes.
Looking forward to much more. And hold on. Get out of here, Facebook. Great show, everybody's saying. I agree. Okay.
Yeah. You know.
Woo. And I got to get into a little bit of my evidence too. And you know what? That was so fun for me. Just going through the evidence and just panning in and out for you and letting everybody just take the talk and go do, what we do. It just flowed so good. It felt great.
It did. It sure did. What a fucking buzz. I mean, I love it. Oh, look at that. Jumped out again. What's up, everyone? Let's wait for Dean to jump back in. Yep, there he goes. Here he comes. Rick love to everyone. I'll be showing my evidence tonight. I mean, tomorrow night. I'm sorry.
Oh,
One of the ladies have a night tonight that came in. I didn't show my evidence tonight, and I know you didn't show yours, so we'll be showing it tomorrow. Once the came in, it's all about, when the new people come in, we like to let them get up here and tell their story. And she had so much great stuff to share, so it was great having her on. And then Crystal flying in under the radar like that, man. It was great.
So good to see her.
Yeah. So it was great. It was a great show tonight, Dean.
Right
kept
on,
it
man.
clean. Yeah,
You know it. Well, before they play fuck with me again, Melted Red Brick University, like, share, and subscribe. Ladies' Night coming up next week, and Brickathon. We're really trying to get this Brickathon kicking, and this right here, it was perfect. It shows you can come in, you can grab the link, you can have fun, and you can get out, and that's what we're going to do on the Brickathon. So, Brick love to you, Warren. World of Bliss. Look at y'all out there.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go to work. I'd hang out, fam. I really would. But anyway, I'm going to end her up here, and then James, you want to do a little chit chat?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Brick love, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your evening or morning. I know I seen Alchemos in earlier. Brother, yeah, he popped in real quick, man. Hope you're getting some rest, brother, because I know you're a diehard. You normally would be in all day, all night. All mountains are melted brick buildings. Mountains are melted brick buildings, and also Melted Red Brick University. Make sure you guys join the groups. Join all three of them, and get some of this great evidence on a daily basis that we've been showing you all year long.
Yeah.
So nice.
Well said, sir. Well said. To Spartan Red, Laughing Eagle, 007 Dread. Brick love to you, sir. Thank you so fucking much.
Knowledge TV, check them out.
Do it. Go there right now. Brick Love Crew.
Brick love.